memorandum of understanding. 4 from our Chris Training College and 1 from our Evangelist College. Dr. Jitin Joseph's contributions story reflect his dedication to excellence in sports education, academic innovation, and collaborative growth. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to you, sir. We are deeply honored by your presence and eagerly look forward to an enlightening and inspiring session.
Thank you, Elsa. So, good afternoon, all. Okay, I'll talk in mind. So, today morning we had a great inauguration for this particular workshop regarding social and emotional learning. So, before the start, let me ask you at the outset itself, what is actually SEL? In your own words, in your thought, what you are actually getting by the word SEL. I mean, social emotional learning, what you get out of that particular word. Okay, fine. Yes, sir. Okay, fine. Yes, sir. Your good name? Please. Okay, fine, thank you. And yes, sir, please. Your own understanding, whatever it may be. Okay, fine. Sit down. So why did I ask this particular question is all about? I just want you people to be in a discomfort zone. I was not actually wanted an answer from you guys. I just want to make you people in a discomfort zone. All of a sudden, you are expecting something out of this particular conference. You came out for a good session and you had a great lunch and you are actually relaxing and in that purpose of, okay, I'm going to get something out of this particular session, and all of a sudden, a direct question is being asked to you. And all of a sudden, you were not in a good sort of mood to get an answer. I mean, to rightly give an answer. So that particular thing is actually made you in a discomfort zone which you are not expecting, by which your entire homeostasis went from the right position to the wrong notion. And you were expecting a good session, and all of a sudden question said, and you had so many thoughts while pointing. When I pointed you were asking, oh, what if I may be wrong? What if I say something wrong? What will be the other person's thinking? What will be the, if that particular answer has gone right, gone wrong, what the other people may think? These many questions may or may not have rose in your mind. So you got in a dilemma and you somehow managed to answer. But this is actual process of what we are going to have this particular session is all about. I just wanted to make it sure that as being a physical education professional, as being a sports person in my golden days, I myself can give you so many examples of being a sports person, how we can nurture this particular social emotional learning by doing many kind of activities, especially a coordinated activity or a sport or a community sport, whatever. So to start with, my topic is actually social and emotional learning in sports, games, and physical education. And the workshop objectives, it says, to strengthen the competencies, enhance the emotional and social competencies of educators and students through evidence-based practices. That I will be giving examples of what are the evidences by actively participating in sports and games, what you will be getting? What involuntarily you are achieving, not voluntarily. When you are doing, when you are participating, when you are contributing, when you are learning, you are not learning. But you are not studying something out. You are actually involuntarily learning. That is all about this emotional and social. The word itself says social is all about society, and emotional means how we control our emotions. Different sectors of life, different stages of life, different positions, different situations, how we handle ourselves, how we cope up, and how we will optimum, what to say, how do you cope up with the optimum energy drive and to successfully overcome that particular pressure. To say that, I would say that every situation that you face in your life is actually a kind of pressure. How you overcome that particular stress is all about these emotional competencies or emotional learning or about social learning also. So in here, the strength and competencies, then practical integrations, share actionable strategies for integrate as in daily teaching. As many of you are actually teacher students, you may be in the future, you'll be dealing with so many students, so many, budding students will be sitting in front of you, you will be giving lots and lots of lectures, but in between, there are certain things that you cannot teach orally or theoretically, by only practical sessions or by life experiences only they can achieve or they can overcome their situations. Now, create safe environment, develop a framework of building emotionally safe, inclusive, supporting learning spaces. All these things are the objectives of this particular workshop, which I am not going deep into. Towards moving to the next, if we compare it to the NEP, what are the core contents of this NEP, National Educational Policy? It says it should be holistic and multidisciplinary, eliminating rigid separation between curricular and extracurricular activities. That means we are giving more importance to this particular in extracurricular activities also, not only this intracurricular or this particular whatever things set in the curriculum, we are just not giving them. We are giving lots and lots other things which will be helping them to modify themselves to a better human being. And for that particular thing, ensuring this particular physical education. In physical education, what I mean is actually not doing this some kind of exercise and all those things. So physical education itself is a education with whole of these particular things. Holistic education, we can very well example, we can very well say that physical education itself is a holistic education process. And integrating health and wellness focus. It's for our daily living, for our longevity, for our pursuing so many degrees or whatever success in life, the first of all need is actually health. Without health, we can't even, without eating, without energy, we can't study. We can't write examination. We can't overcome the daily pressures of life. So by doing this particular thing, we are getting energy. The same way, without health, we can't survive for longer period of life. So to overcome these stratas of different things in our life, what we are supposed to do is actually we have to keep ourselves health and we are supposed to be in a wellness stage. And now experimental learning by shifting pedagogy towards inquiry driven, discovery oriented. That's what NEP says. It should be like whatever we spoon fed them, they take it. That was the older version. Now we are just guiding them, we are just making them to do things so that they understand themselves and make it then for their own use. That is the new concept. And sports integrated pedagogy. With each and everything, we can take examples from the sports field itself. Then ethics and value. What we were talking in the morning. All these expert personalities that came over today in the morning were saying about ethics, the values of this the Indian educational system and all those things. And the inclusive environment, the inclusiveness of including each and every strata of life. In every sense, we can say inclusiveness is very important. Now, what is the social and emotional learning in regard to physical education? It is actually the process through which all young people and adults acquire and apply the knowledge, whatever it may be, the skills or the skill sets, and the attitudes to develop healthy identities, and manage emotions and achieve personal and collective goals. So when I say some examples, you will get to know what that particular paragraph means actually. It's not about 2 or 3 sentences combined together and create a paragraph. It's not like that way. You are supposed to read once again. It's a process through which we, all young people, especially in our younger stages of life, we used to study all these emotions. We used to face these situations so that in the later stages of life, we used to get used to these particular emotions earlier, so that we are dealing it in the life. In the daily process. Then attitudes to develop a healthy identity, manage emotions, and achieve personal collective goals. Now, what will be the key outcomes? Enhance emotional intelligence and building resilience and coping. Whenever a situation comes, we are supposed to overcome those situations. We are not supposed to keep it down and run backwards. We are supposed to face it. We have to make ourselves in an optimal level to overcome that particular stress or particular pressure that we are facing. And in our day-to-day life, for a student, if we take it is their academics and life success. Each and every day we are giving them so many stress, and we are making them to do so many work so that they have to, we are stressing them, saying that you have to you have to sacrifice those things, you have to do this thing, you have to do that thing, so that you will become successful. Each and every day, from the parent side, from the family side, from the teaching side, everybody is just putting them into a hot ball. And what are the 5 core competencies in this particular SEL learning? That means socially emotional learning. If we take in the academic session, if we take in the policy side, or if we take this particular sports field also, it's all the same. The first one is actually the self-awareness. Second one, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision making. These are the 5 main components of this social and emotional learning in each and every field. Let it be physical education, let it be sports, let it be academics, or let it be any other style of life, any other topic that we take, it is all the same. So I'll explain each and everything. Self-awareness, recognizing the emotions that we are facing, recognizing the emotions that we are going through, recognizing, if you take back, if you just picture back, first thing that I did today was actually asking you an indirect question. All of a sudden, you were in a situation that I don't know how you people have perceived it, but for some people, what the hell? All of a sudden, he's coming in, asking a direct question to me, and that too regarding this particular problem which I'm not aware of. So all of a sudden, a kind of discomfort came in, and all emotions, all kind of maybe stress, maybe discomfort, all these things came in our mind. So that, okay, I'll try to cope up. Anyway, I came here, I am supposed to attend this thing. Anyway, I have to attend it. So some kind of cope up activities took inside your body, and somehow you have coped it. And when I said that it is all about coping and these things, you kind of had a relief feeling. Then we came to this particular, the same is happening all over. Whenever a situation came, how we face that particular situation and doing it regularly, doing it by kind of different activities, or experiencing many times, we kind of having a feeling that I'm actually balancing myself, these emotions. I'm kind of balancing this society, the social activities, the people around me. Maybe when you came here, you might have seen so many people that you are not at all aware of, like acquaintances. You might have seen that for the first time. All of a sudden, you have a kind of inhibition in your mind saying that whether I will go to him, whether I am supposed to see him, and say hello, and all those things. But so many emotions have gone through in your mind, stating that maybe you say that, okay, I'll leave him. I'll go and meet him afterwards. Or maybe, okay, I'll do it now itself. It's all about the experience that we had previously in our life, so that it will give a feedback. Accordingly, you only behave in that particular situation. You won't be all of a sudden by somebody's force who will go and meet him. Because of the previous experiences that you had in the life, then only you will process these things in your mind, then only you will kind of do the actual thing at that particular moment. So the social awareness, the self-management, how these emotions and behavior can achieve your goal. How do you balance it? Okay, then social awareness, showing empathy and perspective taking for diverse others. The social awareness, I think to an extent what we lack nowadays. The social awareness. What is actually all these I, myself, or we, ourselves and these things. Why can't we the whole, first starting from me and ourselves, then be the community, the village, maybe the district, maybe the state, or the country. Likewise, whether we are climbing the particular ladder, all of us and from, we might be thinking at last to maybe myself and few of my best buddies. That is what we are always thinking about. But that is not we are actually supposed to do. That kind of feeling should arise, that kind of feeling should come from inside. That means we have to face these many situations. When I say these things, and afterwards I will be dealing with some of the examples from sports field, then you will come to know how these things are actually helping these persons participating in these physical activities, sports, and all those things. And relationship skills, establishing healthy, supportive, and cooperative bonds, responsible decision making, all those things. Okay, I will say these 5 things in general. Now, if we take an example of a player participating, a player in the sense of, okay, imagine a 12-year kid. He's actually regularly practicing football in a competitive field. Say an example. Okay, he's been practicing in the camps, maybe from the age of 10. He went to different levels, just participated in the category sports, the district level, and let's say he has gone to a state level. And now he's preparing himself to a stage in the transformative stage so that he's grooming into a teenage boy, and to the junior section he's slowly developing himself, and slowly that means if you think that particular boys or girls academics, he might be reaching the 10th or 12th very soon. That is the situation that we are dealing with. And if you take the self-awareness while practicing these things, he might have gone through so many failures first. All of a sudden, he didn't become a state player over a fortnight. He has gone through so many pain, so many hardship, so many practices, so many situations, so many scoldings, so many repetitive practices, so many fighting, so many pressure situations. Like the coach always teach him, especially scold him, make him do the activity again and again. So you just imagine what all the things that he'll be digesting in his mind. Each and every day he's coming to the ground. The coach says, you are not playing in the first level today. You are just supposed to do a 400-meter running for 20 minutes. He is not given chance to play the game. The very next day, when he comes, he is being said the same thing. And for 2-3 days, he is being saying, the coach is saying only the same thing. You are supposed to run in the field for the next 20 minutes, or maybe 50 minutes. And after 2-3 days, he is being given 1 or 2 minutes in the whole 90 minutes game. Likewise, he is being slowly groomed. But you just imagine what all the situations that mind is going through at this particular time. For an example, okay, This is the interview given by Sanju Samson. Now, right now, Sanju Samson is the topic of the country. How all of a sudden, within a span of 7 days, he became the superstar of the Indian cricket team, as well as the whole of India. He made us, and being a Malayali, we are actually proud. And moreover, as a cricket lover, we are also proud of what he has did for our country. So, what he was talking, think the sound will come, is this is a typical example I can show you regarding how emotionally he cope up with the situation. You just imagine, we have been following him for the last 10 years. From 2015, he is in the Indian team. And if you take back his performance for the country, as well as the chances what the management as the cricket team given for him is actually not up to the mark. We say that it's not justifiable. Because in lots and lots of times, we thought that this was particularly his opportunity, but somebody else has been taking that particular opportunity.
Basically, I couldn't play a game. I kept on visualizing, I kept on dreaming, I kept on working. This is exactly what I wanted to do then. I thought I need to put in, I need to put in so much of work that this is exactly what I wanted to achieve. If I got great sightings today, things have turned around. I think right after the Ukraine series, I was broke. I was completely out of my mind. I was like, okay, my dreams are shattered. Okay, what else can I do? But God had been different plans. I think I suddenly came back into the crucial innings and I did what I could for my country. So I think I'm very proud and very happy that I was courageous enough to dream about it. And actually, things have turned out so nicely for me. So very grateful.
And the conditions out there and yours for please do a reflection now about the way that you back it up there.
Yes, sir. I think we have a lot of guidance and suggestions from senior players in the former Indian team have really reached out to me and
Okay, what he was saying in the second part is actually regarding the help of the senior players that I have not mentioned about. But first, he was saying about the emotional cope-up that he had done, how he reset himself. You just imagine the stature of being the Sanju Samson. Lots and lots of hours, maybe I can't even say that how many hours he might have spent in the nets to become that particular player. But all of a sudden, he might have worked so many hours, he might have gone through so many pressure situations. And everything, all of a sudden, in that particular junction, the team, the country, everybody is saying that you are not good enough for opening slot for the Indian team. But I'm not saying that he was so good, he handled it himself. I would rather say that he might have gone through this particular situation many times prior to that particular situation. That's why he was successfully coped that particular situation and he managed to come out successful. You just see, to run 100 meters in the world's fastest time, you might be all knowing what is the world record for the 100 meters in the men's category. It's actually 9.58 seconds to run 100 meters. To run that one 9.58 seconds, that particular guy, who is that guy? Usain Bolt had practiced 30 years. That 9.58 is the success that he got for the hardship, for the situations, for the pressures, for the emotional and social balance that he have learned to achieve that particular success. So, I have said Samson's example. You now yourself think of a situation that you are going to take a penalty in a football match. You just imagine you are a player. You have been given the responsibility of taking a penalty for your team. And your chance came and the ball was thrown at you. You are supposed to take that ball and supposed to walk at least 50 to 60 yards to reach that penalty spot. And you are supposed to keep the ball there and you have to take back few steps backwards. Then you have to face the goalkeeper, face the goal, people standing behind. You imagine yourself. You are in a great stadium or a grand stadium, maybe thousands and thousands are cheering for you, calling your names. You are in that particular situation. So, what all thoughts might have gone in your mind? What all thoughts might come to you at that particular time? So many what ifs will be there. What if I miss this? What if I score this? What if the goalkeeper saves this? What if I stumble myself? What if I kick it outside? What will be the people thinking? What if I score the goal and win this trophy? These are all simple examples that I want to. Or being a non-sportsman, you won't be able to imagine the situation that you are in. That's why I have thrown out some of the situation. But you just imagine a player of that sort who is playing, let's say, that particular tournament is actually World Cup final. You can be a hero in that particular penalty, or you can be a big villain if you miss that penalty also. So imagine the two situation and imagine the worst and the best out of the same penalty. So how the body may feel. Sometimes how entire homeostasis may collapse. You won't feel the breathe. You won't hear the sound. And I can very well say that because I am not bluffing myself as that I have been going through all situations, but I had the luck to represent the Kerala state and I had the represent to represent Kerala University as well and state as well in the nationals many times. And I also had a bigger experience also. I was the last, I've been very much near to the cup and the, what do you say, means to the Indian team, under 19 camp, I was selected the Indian team camp. And we have, the total group was around 48 and the first beating out, 12 people went and they became 36. Somehow I was part of that 36. Again 24. I was also part of that 24. And the last beating out, they again thrown out 6 more, out of which I am also thrown out. So to reach that level, I can very well say that I have reached represent Kerala State and represent democracy. But before that, I've been representing district for continuously 9 years. I've been representing the junior level. I've been representing the universities many times and attending lots of camp. Moreover, myself and my team has lost more than our teams. Lots and lots of failures, lots and lots of defeats against bigger teams. So I think these many failures gives the opportunity to reflect ourselves how these particular emotions can be poked out. So I told about this particular goal situation about taking a penalty. So you just imagine you took the penalty, you missed it. The people were certain, but I can very well say that the sports is the only field that teaches you how to lose, how to fail yourself. Failure is not actually in an interview the other day. I happened to see an interview which a TV anchor asked. You might be knowing a film actor called Bowman Irani. He's actually the Unnamaya BBS principal, the 3DX principal. If I am not wrong, that particular guy used to be a tea maker before coming into theatre and coming to the Bollywood industry. So the TV anchor asked himself, asked that particular guy, Bowman Irani, being a successful actor, how would you rate something? Sort of question. So he answered in a way that I won't say that I was successful being an actor. I was successful being a tea maker. I was even successful as a theatre artist. And wherever I worked with my integrity and dignity, and I myself consider I was a success in whatever field that I have worked. So success can be directly interpreted with this thing called the crowd, the cheers, the hallaballa and all those things. It is how we take it ourselves. So the same thing, to take that penalty, you have got the opportunity which everybody thinks. What if I have successfully created? And where did I go wrong? What are the mistakes that I did? Definitely, these questions will be asked in your mind. And other than academics, because you have did it in the field, this particular emotion will come in your mind and you will successfully find out the answers within yourself. What was the mistake that I did? You will very well get the answer. My placement or my contact or my eye contact or my push or my kick or everything. It might have lots and lots of reasons. These many reasons will be only answered by a particular person who has taken that, who has faced that situation. But when you are a teacher, you are standing in front of a whole lot of students. Then, if you are saying your students, theoretically, these are the things to overcome these things, it will be easy to digest in the mind. But practically, to face it, to instantaneously face it, to overcome that pressure, that is the main benefit of sports and play. That's why each and every activity that you do in physical education, in sports or games, you are indirectly learning something about these things. That's why each and every failure, you are trying to learn something. You won't be getting yourself what might have gone wrong, but in the few days or in the process or in the repeated failures, you will get the success. That success is actually because in repeated failures, you will be doing something which is wrong. You will find it out yourself and you will, in the next time when you're getting the opportunity, you will successfully cope that situation. Okay, please, next. So, as I said, self-awareness, understanding the emotions, like whether it will be a happy moment, whether it will be a tense moment, whether it will be a joyful moment, whether it will be a, distress moment. Every moment can come. These kind of things you will be feeling when you are doing a kind of activity and all those things. And self-management, managing emotions, goal setting. Now, my goal for today is actually to play 90 minutes without fail. I will give all the passes correctly. I will help my teammates. I will move around. I will give good passes. I will run a lot. I will compare myself with the other games. All these things comes in my mind, and I will set a goal. This is my goal, to run these many kilometers in the field for the team, and I will give these many passes. Last time I gave only 82 passes. Today I'll give or 5 or 6 more passes so that it will help. Like these kind of settings is automatically done for each and every game, and these things comes regularly in your mind, and when that situation comes in daily life, you will get to know that was the importance that I gained from the field. So, say an example, the same situation you take in another situation, managing emotions. You are a teacher. Other game, you are a player. Here in a staff room, you are a teacher. The same goal setting, the same emotions. Whether I got 35 students in front of me, and so many irritable characters, so many happy characters, so many enjoying characters. Everybody is sitting up and facing the same situation again and again. Each and every situation, you are trying to cope up yourself. And as you gain experience from those situations, the very next time you try to, you try to change a bit so that it will be more successful. Successful in the sense how you overcome that question. Now, social awareness, like understanding others' perspective. What if I'm that goalkeeper? What if I have that particular problem? What if I am being that student? What if that particular is in my team for the corporate work we have been assigned with? What if I am a Punjab member or the president is saying something like everything? You put yourself in each and every issues. The same is happening to you. But if I say it in the sports field, I can very well quote these examples. Next, relationship skills, healthy relationship, communication skills. The same for a teacher, how to communicate with your skill. Communicate with your students, how to communicate with your teammates, the other teammates. The same thing is happening with the teachers, how to communicate with others. Right, as I said in the beginning itself, and I asked the question, all of you might have thought the same thing. Why in the hell he all of a sudden came to ask me the question? Means the first interaction, the first impression was not good. So that kind of perception is always you are having in your mind and you are being in the confused state. Now, responsible decision making, making ethical choices, learning from mistakes, and what I said just now. Now, why sports are ideal? It's a living laboratory where students experience success, failure, pressure, conflict resolution in a controlled, safe environment. I won't be explaining much as because you just put in that particular student's shoes where who is going to take that particular penalty. The same. What is the success gives in converting that penalty? What will be the failure of that particular penalty? What are the pressures he will be facing while taking that penalty? What are the conflict resolution that will be experienced inside his mind while going for that penalty? Everything can be posted in that particular question. And real-time practice. Unlike theoretical sessions. Theoretical sessions we can tell them these many things will happen, may happen, will be like that, will be like this and everything. But they are directly experiencing themselves. What if the sports depend immediate coping up? If you just, take another example of facing a cricket ball and you are batting. All of a sudden, you are batting and facing a bowler who is bowling you at a speed of 150 kilometers an hour. You are facing the ball, all of a sudden, the ball is being released from the bowler 22 yards away from the field, from the pitch, and that particular ball is being directed towards your head, and you have to make the choice maybe in a microsecond whether I have to pull, whether I have to crouch, whether I have to push, whether I have to defend, whether I have to go for a six or something like that. So many confusion situations. So you just imagine what are the things that will be in the mind of a batsman who is successfully pulling these balls for sixes, hooking these balls for six and out of six. This fraction of a second, you are taking the decision. The same decision which we in a situation might find it difficult to take ourselves. But in that particular moment, maybe not even 1 second, within a fraction of a second, they in taking a discussion, they overcome the pressure, they took the challenge and they successfully overcame it. So by doing it continuously, by doing it regularly, by doing it for months, weeks, or maybe years together, they are in a situation whenever a ball is thrown at you. This particular ball, what I'm mentioning is not the actual ball. Where the situation, whatever the situation thrown at you, you will find it very easy to overcome that particular situation because you have faced more challenging thing. That particular ball speeding at you 150 kilometers per hour. You made the decision to hook the ball or pull the ball or to defend the ball or to crouch yourself in microsecond. Then what the hell is all about this particular challenge in front of you? I can very well overcome it because you have experienced yourself, you made up your mind, you have emotionally learned to overcome that particular situation. And in the society itself, the same thing. If others are finding it difficult to cope up, you are taking it because of the experience you had in the field, because of the sports that you are playing, because of the physical activity that you are doing, because of the physical plasticity. What I will say? Because the neurons actually say that I've been in this particular situation for so many times. So it's not a big deal for me to face this particular challenge. To overcome this challenge, it's very easy for me. This kind of elasticity will automatically come and tell you that don't worry, make yourself cool, make yourself very calm. Those guys won't be having. You just imagine. Sachin studied Tendulkar has only studied tennis. I don't know whether he has passed on or not. But the experience that you gained by traveling around the world for around 24 years, and what are the riches that he has studied from the field for playing cricket for internationally for 24 hours. Then now the country has given him Padma Bhushan, the Bharat Ratna, the highest civilian award for for anybody in the country. So what is the actual stature that he has earned just by playing that particular sports for 24 years and earning the respect of the world all over? So that's a typical example. And natural social arena inherently requires empathy, leadership, and responsibility, skills that transfer directly to academic and personal life. These are all the things that we learn from the sports field. So I'll skip these things. As a living laboratory, yes. Arousal and focus, stress regulation, learning and reward. These are all the physiological aspect that is actually happening inside the body when you are being thrown at a pressure situation. How this particular arousal, whether the adrenaline, noradrenaline is actually goes, whether activated inside the body. So that your body is actually, whether you are giving up, whether you are readily accepting the challenge or not. That is all about this arousal and focus. Now, how we are coping that particular stress regulation, whether the cortisol level. These are all the physiological things that will happen if you are psychologically coped up to face that particular situation. These things moderately arouse, they go up to the optimal level, and if you are psychologically fit, you can very well, or if you're emotionally fit, you can very well go to the other side by successfully coping this particular curve. Now, learning reward, success and social connection release reward chemicals. This reinforces resilient behaviors and pro-social teamwork. You just imagine this amygdala responses, amygdala loop and reward pathway. So I won't be stressing much about the physiology here because if I say something about physiology, I have to dive deep into this particular soul to understand what is actually inside the body, happening inside the body. So this is the thing that I was mentioning about penalty shootout. The student must perform high skill tasks while their entire team and audience are watching, simulating intense social evaluation. That is the situation that that particular person who is going to take the penalty is facing actually. So what you are supposed to do to overcome those things. If you do it regularly in the field itself, you can very well take that particular experience to the real life. To the, first is actually box breathing. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, exhale for 4 seconds. By doing it regularly, you kind of telling your body that you are supposed to relax yourself. You are not supposed to, what to say, increase your heartbeat so that you all of a sudden choke up the situation. If your heart rate increases, what you are supposed to do is that is a normal situation. You are not supposed to increase your heartbeat so the entire heart rate increases. Now, visualization. Mentally rehearse the ball hitting the net before moving. You will visualize yourself what I am supposed to do. It is not like all of a sudden, what if I miss? What if I go wrong? What if all those things? What you are supposed to do is visualize yourself keeping the ball, moving backwards, focusing on the ball, focusing on your footsteps, focusing on the contact with the ball, or focusing on the target you are going through. So visualizing those things will be only give you that only these things will be coming into mind rather than going for the other other disturbing things. And keywords, few short phrases like it will be smooth. Okay, I'll handle it smoothly. I'll target to block distraction. I won't be thinking about other things and all those things. I'll be only focused on my target to put the ball on the net. Nothing other than that. And pre-shoot routine, consistent physical habits that might have gone through previously in your minds. Maybe in the previous practices, previous years, you might have faced that situation many times. So it won't be a big trouble. Before that. Now, what is actually happening? Model reset ritual, demonstrate breathing techniques visibly before kick. Okay, you yourself practice it and normalize nerves, frame anxiety as excitement and energy rather than fear. It should be an excitement. It should not be a fear. And the other one, deep breathing. What helped you focus? Now ask the question yourself. What helped myself to focus on the particular, if that particular is success? If that particular thing is success, what focus helped? So that is kind of introspection that we are getting by successfully, or even if it is a failure, you will be introspecting yourself what has actually happened. So that particular experience that you have gained from that particular incident will give you in sort of a moral or when a homework for the next shootout. That particular situation. What all things that went right, you will try to incorporate those things in the right next attempt. Definitely. The same thing is actually happening in the real life also. Whatever you study in the field is slowly taken from the field and you are applying it in the day-to-day life. If you are talking to parents, if you are talking to the teachers, if you are talking to the colleagues, if you are talking to the subordinates, if you are talking to the superiors or whatever, the same situation. What has helped me successfully coping up particular stress previously, definitely that will help you. If something hindered you in that particular approach to them, you will definitely introspect. I am supposed to rearrange myself so that I have to be successful in the next attempt. Maybe the same situation. A referee's bad call also can indirectly affect our mood. All our situations. The same thing. That particular call was moved. So that particular distraction is entirely giving a discomfort so that I am not able to focus in the ground. I am not able to give good passes. I am not able to support my teammates. I am not able to run. Every second I am getting this particular why that particular referee has made that particular bad call. So it's been disturbing, it's been coming again and again. So what you are supposed to do? How you have to refocus, how you have to remove that particular thing from the mind and what you have to do successfully to get the success next time. Now the injured opponent also. Whenever you get an injury, these many kind of questions will be asked in the mind. What being a colleague, being a teammate, being a supporting. If imagine yourself, you are working in a corporate team, and your team leader is giving you assignments, all the group is working to a common goal, and all of a sudden, one of my teammates got injured. Being the leader, being the teammate, what I'm supposed to do, what I'm supposed to do for that person's comfort, what I'm supposed to do for getting that particular person at relief, how to overcome that particular stress that particular person is facing. Being the leader, what are the things that I'm supposed to do? The same is me. In a way, you studied from the situation that you face in the ground. When an injury occurred to my to the fellow sportsman or fellow teammate. And then they talk about when we give the kind of console where how we manage the injury, how we comfort him or comfort her will help in a way that I have faced this situation in the field. The same will be I'll be doing, or the same will be applying into the mind. Day-to-day life scenario. Next. Now the psychological flexibility, the adaptability, emotional recovery, and role flexibility. Adaptability means adjusting tactics when a game plan fails. The same thing in life, handling changes in exam formats or schedules. All of a sudden, you practice everything and the tactics went wrong. You prepare for an exam, all of a sudden the examiner says or the board says, I am changing the format of the examination or all those things. So the entire preparation that you made for the particular exam disturbed. You kind of having a feeling that, oh, now it's going to be tough. If that particular situation has been faced by you in the field or maybe in the sports field for so many times, it's going to be a big problem for you. I'm not saying that sports is the best remedy for everything, but I'm saying this will help you in a way to adapt to the situation that you are facing in the real life. That's what I'm saying all about. And emotional recovery, in the sport, resetting focus immediately after this shot. You miss the shot. Now what you're supposed to do is you are supposed to play for the team for the remaining time. If you think about the miss and you are ideally not playing anything for the team, you are just losing the hope of the other 10 members who are playing playing with you. So what you're supposed to do is you have missed it and that is gone, that is past. Now you're supposed to reset. For example, for that particular example, so also I can very well tell the example of Sanju Samson. You might have seen the innings against West Indies, in which he has scored 97 runs. After scoring 50 runs, everybody noticed he was resetting himself. Because from the gestures, what he was doing is actually, okay, now the 50 is done, I am done. That was not the situation. What he did was actually, he just might have thought that I am in the crease. I came to the crease now itself. My score is actually 0. Maybe that kind of gesture was inside him and he was taking the guard. When a player comes to the field for the first time, what a cricket player usually do is actually will take a guard. Guard means a mark in front of the stance. So that the batsman makes themselves stand to face the bowler. So he will be in that particular situation. So that is the guard that that particular person takes. So he reset himself and he started from the beginning. Even he was at 50 and he all the way went to 97 and he was not out at the time of winning. So that is all about resetting. The same is with the emotional recovery. How you reset? How bounce back constructively from a poor grade? Imagine the examination you have failed thoroughly or miserably, or you are expecting about A plus and you all of a sudden. Suddenly what the mark grade was actually A, maybe D grade. And how you bounce back from that particular D category to again what resetting things that you have to do. The same that we experience in the life of many times so that it will be easy for you guys. And the role flexibility, playing defense instead of attack for the day. All of a sudden, in the life, in the field, the coach says that you are supposed to play defender. Or you are supposed to play in the middle order rather than open line. But the preparation that the particular guy made for the team was actually to play in the defense, or maybe the attack, or as a cricketer, maybe in the opening slot. But the entire scenario, with a single word by the coach, said that it is actually disturbed. It's actually distracted. How you bounce back, how you reset yourself. That is all about taking a support on the group project. Okay, you have been assigned with, okay, next example, you three have been assigned with a duty. And all of a sudden, one amongst you is not at all comfortable with the work. Okay, but taking it rightfully with the challenge, whatever possible ways that you can help the other two to achieve the goal is actually the team member. That is actually what you are supposed to do. It is not right that you have to move back, stating that, move back from that particular role that I am not comfortable with, it is not the way. What you are supposed to do is actually, okay, I do my role. That is what actually the particular sports person said in the beginning. My duty is to just give an explosion in the field. And if that was a success, the entire team can, give me a backup. So he was trying his level best, not considering himself. He was considering himself in the secondary position and putting the team in front of for the primary position. That was he doing himself. And next, now managing stress through sports in situations where we are having that kind of you just imagine the particular stress situation to take that penalty. Breath control protocols that I have mentioned about. Pre-performance routines. So many people might be having so many kind of routines to stay focused in that particular role, so that the diversion or the distractions won't affect. And the grounding techniques, maybe the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 kind of counting inside the mind keeps you focusing on the particular point that you have been focused with. You are not supposed to move away from the focus. Focus that the goal is to take the penalty successfully. Now the 60-second resets. A rapid mindful practice used during a timeout break to flush mistake and reset mental clarity for the next play. Maybe a next ball, next penalty, or whatever it may be. So I am taking that examples from the sports so that it can very well relate to the actual situation that we will be facing. Okay. Then now the main thing that we get from sports or maybe games or physicalization actually, this feeling of empathy, awareness, communication dynamics, roles, shared leaderships, team norms, and ritual. I'll justify each and everything. Empathy and awareness, reading emotions, developing the ability to interpret teammates' non-verbal cues. What are non-verbal cues? It's not necessary that somebody has to tell you something to understand. Maybe a simple action. Just an example. You might have seen the corner kicks being taken in a football match. So when a corner kick being taken, the defending team as well as the attacking team constantly in the penalty area, one to score the goal, the other person to defend the ball. And when a person takes the ball in hand, you might not be aware. But being a sports person, I can very well tell you that this particular ball in my hand will be a kind of clue for other players, maybe my teammates. We have planned it earlier, priorly to the particular penalty, particular corner. I'll drop the ball 2 times, which means it is a kick for the particular person, or maybe 1 hand, 2 hands, or 3 hands. These are all the preset ideas already prior to the match, so that it will be it will be taken in, it will be successfully cope with the situation. So these kind of non-verbal situations, maybe you can say that while keeping the wicket, while doing that wicket keeping, the wicket keeper may be giving clues for the bowler, so that he might stand a little wider from the crease, or maybe towards left side. It's a clue to the bowler that I am supposed to bowl next ball towards the keeper, so that the batsman won't keep the ball for 6 or maybe other position of the field. These many are the things. Emotions. Now offering support, moving beyond criticism to offer immediate constructive support while teammate makes a mistake. In the sports, we can very well say that mistakes happen. In real life also, mistakes happen. It is the duty, or it is the personality of that particular person to overcome the particular situation that they have faced, or that failure. How you cope up that failure and you will successfully convert it into a success next time. Now, sorry. Communication dynamics, clear calls, practicing concise, assertive, and unambiguous communication during high pressure game moments. These things happens regularly in fields, which will help you to I'll just hit the slides a little faster, so that I am supposed to wind up the session. So what I was okay. This whole particular activity, I was planning you people to do it yourself to understand what is actually this emotional and social learning takes place by playing a simple game. This particular thing was actually, we will stand in a circle. I won't be doing it now as because we are running short of time. You will, as you being teachers, I'll tell you what you are supposed to do when teaching the kids, those are not industrial sports and those. You are supposed to make them in a circle and give the ball to the person and tell them to pass the ball, and whoever misses the pass or whoever misses the catch that is being given to him will be out of the circle. Every other person will be standing in a circle and the ball will be passed through one person to the other. And if somebody misses the catch which is being passed by the other person, he is supposed to be out of the field. So you can very well see that. I have experienced myself. First, if you make them stand in a line, if you give the ball to them, they will directly, all of a sudden, because of the enthusiasm, because of the, curiosity, everything, they will make sound, they will throw maybe harder, maybe even the soft ball and everything. It won't be in the smooth way, because all of a sudden, so many kind of emotions takes place in each person's mind. But slow and steady, if I make conditions for that particular thing, if I say that somebody misses a pass, will be out of the team. So the first level, they will be missing the ball. And the second time, by concentrating, some people will be concentrating more and some will be concentrating less. The person who is concentrating less will be out of the team. And the next time, I will, give more conditions stating that you are not supposed to make a sound by passing the ball. Like that, I will add more conditions each and every time. And at the end, you can see 4 or 5 people will be standing in the cell, maybe 5 or 10 will be out of the cell. And when you say to them, in the next attempt, you are supposed to concentrate, you are not supposed to talk to each other, you are not supposed to throw hard at everything. They will do it very smoothly, without even dropping the ball. They will judge the accuracy of the ball. They will throw the ball correctly to the other person. They concisely make an attempt to successfully give the pass to each and every person without dropping. Because there were so many conditions being thrown at them and they have faced that situation. Now the goal is they involuntarily kind of had a feeling in their mind that we are a team. Now we are supposed to work together. Now we are supposed to move towards a common goal. Only by doing a simple practical activity, you can make them or the students who are subjects you are dealing with understand that these small activities are really helping you actually to create a kind of experience by doing the activity. The activity in the sense you are moving yourself, your body is in a dynamic situation. So think about moving that particular game into the field, moving into a game situation, now in a competitive game situation, now in an active participation situation. The same you have been experienced again and again. You have been doing the practice for lots and lots of days and in the competitive game also. So you have faced it so many times and you have achieved success with the team. Now, in the same, you take it to the life, the same situation. You rub the situation of being in that particular team and all those round and you put another pressure situation in this particular thing. Maybe your family, maybe your team, maybe your corporate team, maybe school teachers, maybe your colleagues, and you're trying to move towards a common goal. The same thing happens. So many misunderstanding. So many are not willing to give themselves 100% to come into this particular situation. They will try to go away. All of a sudden, they kind of having a feeling. If you work together, if they have experienced this primarily in the field or game or something, they might get this thing directly and they can very well cope with the situation very successful because they have experienced themselves in the field. The same is happening here also. So I won't be describing each and everything. This is another game, the human knot, which will give you the emotional and social learning covers by doing the activity. Next one. The trust lead method also to stand in front of a person. You are being said to lean back or throw yourself back to the body. If you have the trust in the other person, you can very well throw your body successfully. If you are having you are not believing that person, you won't be able to throw yourself successfully to the person standing behind. Dragon Style is another game, but if I get another opportunity, we will try to do the same activity again. Now, these are some examples from the sports field. Some of the social or emotional learning things that we can do from Sachin Tendulkar. We can learn the emotional competence, face the immense pressure of being expectations for 24 years. Despite injuries and critical failures, he maintained gratitude, optimism, and character strength. MS Dhoni, a living example of mindful and contemplative practices. His ability to detach from the result. He was always cool. He always tell the captain cool because of his character, because of his emotional stability to overcome the situation, whatever the failures, whatever the success. He always keeps himself in a cool, calm situation. Next person. It's Lionel Messi. You all know. Diagnosed with a growth hormone. You might be knowing he was having a kind of hormone problem in the childhood so that he won't be able to walk. That was the doctor's diagnosis prior to his football career. And his journey required coping skills and immense sacrifices. He exemplifies overcoming physical technical mastery. He overcome his hormonal deficiencies with technical supremacy. Other person is Cristiano Ronaldo, embodiment of obsessive discipline. You might be knowing he is the only person in the football fraternity or maybe in the sports person. He is actually 41 years of age and he is very disciplined. He goes to bed each and every day regularly. He won't go for parties. He is having a strict routine, food and everything. Still, each and every day he goes to gym and everything. At the age of 42, who is having the fortune of his life and still going with a disciplined life so that his achievement goal is to score 1,000 goals for me. Not even a single person in the world has scored 1,000 goals. He is nearing towards his goal. Next person, Simon Biles, is a gymnast from America. Because of stress or maybe coping skills, he helps her pull out of the Paris Olympics so that she has to reconcentrate herself and to come back again and successfully did the gymnastic World Cup. By skipping the World Olympics, she took a gap from the field recouped himself and successfully came back and won gold. Likewise, Roger Federer, in his olden days, he used to be very aggressive, always smashes the rackets whenever he abuses the referees. And nowadays, you can see the best gentleman in the sport of Roger Federer, with calm and pressure. You can see how he maintained himself throughout the game, even if it's a victory or even if it is only at the end of that particular last point only, he will show his expressions. Each and every day he will be so kind and calm because of his mental strength. Muhammad Ali, another example, used his global track of value education, ethics, and character formation. Neeraj Chopra, his humility after winning gold, Olympic gold, respect for competitors reflects compassion, empathy, and pro-social behavior. Likewise, Serena Williams, PV Sindhu, so many examples with so many kind of emotional coping, so much emotional learning examples when we take from the sports field. We can take it an example and take it from the real life. Now, this is a summary, which I won't be explaining much. The same thing that I said earlier. The role of the teacher, as a teacher or maybe a coach, these are the things that we can articulate. Like teachers set the emotional temperature for the field before a whistle is blown. Maybe a coach or maybe a teacher inside the room or outside the room. A model, a mentor. Students learn regulation by watching adult negative stress. Demonstrate regulation, language of value setting, and facilitation and growth. As a facilitator, a structured debriefing, the feedback designer, restorative practitioner. Next. So these are the tools, the methodologies of assessment that we use, and evidences that I have put forward, and the measurements, pre-post surveys, goal attainment scaling, for how we are dealing with this particular emotional and social learning. Now, if you take in the holistic integration, sports as a living laboratory, minor gains, allied examples of humanization, social emotional learning, coaching motion, not just skills, NEP alignment, everything combined together only we can approach, we can successfully attain our goal of this holistic educational purpose. So for that holistic approach only, to attain that particular holistic nature, these sports and games or physical education plays an important role. Each and every day, instantaneous results are being received from the other end. We are actively coping up the pressure situations of life so that we can able use it in the real life situation. In the other theory class or maybe in the other sessions, we will be teaching them. It will be difficult for them to understand. It's like anything in a water. It will be abstract. But if you play the game or play the situation yourself in the field, you will get to know what this feeling is all about and how you can take it from the field to the real life. Now, to conclude, start this week itself and scale into the next month. How? And to sustain it for the long term. Okay.
Pressure is a privilege. That's what makes you. And mistakes are not failures. Do not ever perceive a mistake as a failure. Perceive it as feedback. Everything is feedback. Pay attention. Be curious. Be nimble. Don't take things personally. And never lose sight of your dream. Struggle is a never-ending process. Freedom is never really won. You earn it and win it in every generation.
I really wanted to take 2 minutes of everyone's time to basically tell you today that I'm not here as Deepika the actor, but I'm here as Deepika the athlete. I remember when I was growing up, my father taught me, he was an athlete, I don't know if many people know, he was one of the most popular Indian sportsmen we produced, and one of the most important things he taught me was the 3 Ds. He said dedication, he said discipline, and he said determination. I think sports has taught me to be humble, it's taught me to be grounded. It's taught me to handle failure, but it's also taught me how to handle success. 2 years ago, I struggled with depression. I almost gave up. I couldn't find the strength. But I think it was the athlete in me that gave me the strength. It taught me to never give up. So I want to say to every boy and every girl and every woman and every man to play a sport because it changed my life. It will change yours too.
So thank you. As we are running short of time, we are not going for question and answers. If you have questions and answers, questions, I'll answer after the session. Okay, thank you.
I would now like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Judin Jones for an enlightening and thoughtful session that beautifully highlighted the role of physical education in nurturing emotional resilience, teamwork, and holistic development among learners. Your valuable insights have certainly enriched our understanding and will inspire us to integrate social and emotional learning meaningfully into our practices. With the appreciation to everyone who contributed to this session, I conclude. Thank you. Now we're moving on to the next session, and for that I invite Nindija for the introductory profile.
Thank you very much. All of you are in pairs. Can all of you stand up? Some of you from the back side, can you come a little bit forward, please? Thank you, Renjida. And good guy. Hello friends, with a silent prayer we will begin. Thank you and sit down. So dear friends, today I am going to speak about social intelligence. So I want you to be very active with your mobile phone. So I will be asking for questions. Then the answers you can type in for SEL group, workshop group. Okay. Now I would like to list 10 highly paid jobs. Hurry up. What are the 10 highly paid jobs? Can you try? So you have to type. Since it's a workshop, so we are working on it. That's why. Not in a notebook. You have to write in SEL. social emotional learning, WhatsApp group, so that online participants will also get the points. So let me tell you a few. Okay, since you are writing. Okay, advocates, highly paid. Richest people in India who politicians. Okay. Now highly paid. Another one is religious leaders. Scientists will come to religious leaders. Okay. Now trainers. Okay. Now scientists are also there. Okay. Now people who are developing startups. People who most highly paid jobs. And now type next question. Highest longevity in the world. Highest longevity. Which career? We can type. Just type which career. Highest longevity of life, living up to 90, 100 years, 85, still very active, agile, vibrant. Which are the categories? You can type very fast. Which are the types? Definitely political leaders. Now, next category. Definitely religious leaders. Okay. And definitely the third category is teachers, provided they are not retiring at 50, 60. They are keeping on teaching like our Teresa Susan teacher. They will be very agile and vibrant. So, Teresa Susan teacher, I don't know her age, maybe around 65, 67, but she is like 17 years only. Much younger than most of us. Much younger than most of us. That is the peculiarity of Teresa Susan teacher. Okay, now my activity. Shake hands with your friend beside you. Smile at that particular person. Now ask what's the name, where is that particular person from? You can have it. So my dear student, you can come forward and sit with Lina. Yes, please. Because pairs, we need pairs. Shake hands. Can you touch the cheek of your friends? Tap. If same gender, give a small hug. If same gender, give a small hug. Dear friends, people are highly educated and they are literate. But with regard to social intelligence, people are less literate. They are illiterate. With regard to emotional intelligence also, people are illiterate. Husband comes late in the evening. Wife, evada poi kidannu iduvare? Evada poi kidannu iduvare? The wife is asking, where were you? Where are you sleeping with someone? Somewhere. Colloquial language. She asked her, evada poi kidannu? That means, why are you late? But the vocabulary is very poor. Very poor. So, dear friends, so I am asking, longevity of life, politicians, 90, 95, some people become chief minister at the age of Donald Trump. He wants to become the third time the president of America, and he wants to change the rules so that a person can become the president the third time. Still very ambitious, very active, manipulating everybody, even the stock market, everybody. Even manipulating whom? Americans. His own people. He is manipulating. Okay. He is manipulating whom? India. No problem. India, pressurizing India. But Narendra Modi ji was strong. He didn't reply to anything. He didn't concede. That was a very powerful strategy. Ready? He did not go for fighting, but he did not agree with any of his arguments. So he came down to the level of Indians and we had a better chat and better deal. Anyway, people who are dash live longer. Can you fill in the blanks? People who are dash live longer. People who are socially and emotionally intelligent live longer. So when we become 50 years old, what is the attitude of a teacher? Oh, worked so much. Now I need rest. Then you can go to class 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. She passes away. Many of you did not understand what I said. She dies because she was not doing anything from 50. She was preparing to retire. Already retired at 50, but still got salary up to 56. That is the tragedy. So people are, okay, A plus with regard to academics, but they are very poor with regard to social intelligence and with regard to emotional intelligence. Just imagine, I am a mother-in-law. My son marries a sweet young girl. She comes and lives with me. So, will I be able to consider this daughter-in-law exactly like my daughter? Put you in my place. Will you be able to do that? Same kind of love, perseverance, patience to my daughter-in-law, just like my daughter. If my daughter's coffee is bad, I would tolerate. What about the coffee of my daughter? No, people are the other side also. There are situations where young ladies would be very kind to their mothers, but very cruel to mother-in-laws. People are literate, but they are not emotionally literate. They are not socially literate. That is the tragedy. Hence comes the importance of social intelligence. Okay, why don't you shake hands with your friend once again? Touch their cheek, tap their cheek. Why don't you have a deep same gender? Small hug. Sir, shake hands with friends, so what are we producing when we are doing this? What are we producing when we are doing this? Touch all these things. Happiness, smiles. Everybody can have tea, coffee, banana, fry. So I can go home, but what about my best? Forgot everything. When we touch the cheek, we are happy, smiling. Will I get one more chat? Can we hug once again? Because touch gives you neurotransmitters. When you touch, when you smile, when you shake hands, when you tell something good about somebody, you are producing dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, endorphin, and whatnot. It is better than having a pomegranate juice. Getting serotonin, dopamine, endorphin, all these. Now, tell 5 good things about your friend. Okay, you are looking good. The traditional chudidar, pahana, everything is fine. Your hair is sweet. I am happy that you are with me. Tell me 5 things about your friend. With your specs, you are looking too studious. Tell 5 things about your friend very fast. Tell 5 positive things. 5 positive things about your friend. You are looking sweet, your dress is good, you are cool, your smile is great, like that. Friends, thank you. Come back. When we are telling like this, actually we are producing serotonin, oxytocin, dopamine, happiness hormone, endorphin, the natural pain killers. So that is the importance of social intelligence. So now I would like all of you to think about some important points. Okay. Now, when you talk to others, agree with people. That is the point number one. Agree with the people. Agree with people. If the mother-in-law says something, agree with her. Yeah, Amma, you said something correct. You said something correct. You might not agree with that, but for the time being, agree with her. Agree with her. Do you know, when we agree with someone, what happens? They become closer. Now, okay, that is become inside me. Even though when both Joju and Rajalakshmi are close by, when we disagree, she is in Mars and I am in Earth. But when we agree on something, we are very close. Just imagine a situation. Young couple, okay, before going to sleep, they were having a chit chat, but disagreed on one point. For example, should we have a baby now? Husband said, yeah, we need a baby immediately. Wife said, no babies till I complete my PhD. I am doing my PhD. Then what happens? Husband and son in the earth and wife in Mars only. So what would happen? Husband would turn like this and sleep. And wife would turn like this and sleep. And she will be getting her PhD very fast. Thank you very much, sir. She will be getting her PhD very fast. Okay. Because so when the people disagree, the minds drift apart. Even though they are close, they are minds apart. So I would like all of you to develop some strategies for improving this. Now, point number one, first point. So agree with the people. So how can we agree with people? Type 5 strategies in your SCL. How to agree with people. 1. Nod. Nodding. Then second one, tell something positive. Yeah, you said it correctly. Very good. I loved it. Something like that. Show a positive. Tell something in a positive manner. Or you may shake hands. When somebody tells something, you can shake hands. You are telling that you do agree with that person. Dear friends, if the point that the particular person said is wrong, and if you don't agree with that also, first it is comfortable that you agree with people, shake hands and nod. Do you know what happens? Then there will be adult and adult interaction. Eric Berne, transactional analysis. Adult interaction. Then you can tell something. Even though what you said is correct, something happened in Kerala. Okay. So husband and wife, so these two people, one person said, so overpopulation, we need one, at the most 2. Then what would you do? Yeah, correct. Agree with that. After agreeing, both are happy, both are comfortable. Then you can tell her, but there are bigger families. They seem to be very happy. When the parents are sick, there is somebody to look after. When you pass away, at least 2-3 people are there to carry your dead body. You are telling something like that. Both are in adult modality and both are having some dopamine transmission between both are in a mood of love and affinity, then the other person would agree very fast. Then the other people say, what you said is correct. So my first argument was wrong. So larger families are happier. Then you can say, I also sometimes feel like that. Then the other person, no, sometimes all bigger families are happier. At least 4 or 5 kids, they will be having a team for evening shuttle badminton. Children would be very happy. This is what is happening when we agree with people. Okay. Now, point number 2, how to disagree. There will be many situations where we have to disagree with people. Can you type 2-3 strategies to disagree? How to disagree with people? Can you type 2-3 strategies? I will conclude in 15 minutes, okay? I'm going very fast. If I get more time, I will elaborate some more points tomorrow. Otherwise, I will conclude very fast. Okay. What? So you can type, are the 9 people happy? Just type, are they getting something? Okay, you can just ask them. Okay, friends, how to disagree? Can I tell something? Please. How to disagree? Did you type 1 or 2 points in your mobile phone? How to disagree? All of you type 1 or 2 points, so that we will get a good collection of points in the evening. How to disagree with others. For example, so when I was giving internal marks, one of our students, listen, came to me. He's a very smart person. And he said, sir, എനിക്ക് internal കുറവായി പോയി കേട്ടോ. എനിക്ക് സങ്കടമാണ് sir. This is what he said. How beautifully Nixon said it. So what were the other ways to disagree with me? Sir, എന്താ ഇവിടെ കാണിക്കുന്നത്? എനിക്ക് എന്താണ് കുഴപ്പം? എനിക്ക് എന്താണ് കുറഞ്ഞു പോയത്? Sir, എന്താ ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നത്? He could have talked like that. But Nixon said, sir, my mark is okay. That is okay for me. But I feel I deserve a little more. I feel very sad. I maintain that in my brain, and in the next evaluation, I try to give better marks for Lipson in such a way that the future thing could also be mended in some way. After all, being teachers, we would not be able to give maximum to all the students, but the way Nixon said it struck me in a very loving manner. For example, instead of fighting with husband, Cheta, please. Then what would husband say? Cheta, so these are some of the ways we can politely tell them that it hurts me. Instead of arguing, when we argue, we are earth and Mars. But when we politely tell something, we become closer, and then the problem disappears. Okay, so what are the ways to disagree with people? So English people would say, I wonder, the other side is also logical. Britishers would tell like that. When you want to tell something, when you want to disagree, British people would tell that, I wonder, the other side is also logical. Next way of asking, may I beg to disagree with you? May I beg to disagree with you? I consider the other side more logical. This is the way Britishers argue. So I saw a YouTube video. Fight between 2 ladies in a slum in Mumbai. Okay, one chechi was sweeping. The other chechi was also sweeping, very close by homes. That particular chechi said, you are dirt, you are moving towards my place. Then this lady said, no, I'm not doing that. No, you are doing that. Let my dirt be yours. She swept all the dirt towards that side. Then that lady covered everything, collected everything with her hands, dirt, and poured everything here. Then do you know what she did? She collected everything, took everything and threw into their inside front room. This is a real video. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. This is a real video. Then that particular lady took a basket, collected everything and rushed into her home and scattered this dirt entire rooms. See this pure nasty dirt. They are drowned in black color now. Drowned in tracks. These two people, dirt. Now they were fighting with the broom. Then husbands came. Husbands also started the fight. Big fight between two husbands and two wives. Little things. Small things. Okay. So small things can make a big difference. Now, out of these arguments and activities, who won? Tell me. None. None won. If one person forgave, so please don't sweep your dirt into my side, please. A polite way of telling it. Then the other person would have said, sorry, unknowingly something might have raised that part. I will take. The way we tell it. Instead of that, Chechi, please take care. Don't move your dirt to my part, please. Then the other Chechi would say, sorry, unknowingly I might have done something. Apologize. I take care. It should have ended there. It would have ended there. But utter confusion and utter pandemonium because of an arrogant way of doing things. The way we tell it. So in Malayalam movie, when this chuttiga touches the uli should not feel the pain. When this uli, what is the English for uli? Chisel. When the chisel, drives into the wood should not feel the pain. We have to do it in a gentle manner. When we carve wood, we have to do it in a gentle manner. The hammer should not feel the pain. Chisel should not feel the pain. Nor should the wood feel the pain. So when something happens, if you reply, Saramilla pote. Oh, don't worry, it's okay. If you tell something like that, now people find it very difficult to tell such sentences. Saramilla pote. Okay, it's okay, no problem. I understand it. It's okay, don't worry. People fail to tell like this, but people are constantly fighting to win the argument. The best way to win an argument is to accept your failure. 2, 3, 4 ways of accepting the failure means the other person would get transformed. Mundabai's movie shows that one person spits every day into the door. It was repeated many a time. The other person, Gandhigiri, act like Mahatma Gandhi. What would Mahatma Gandhi do in such a situation? So this person, whenever he spits, that incenses inside, that British substance, that particular person is spitting to the door. Okay, that every day with a smile, thank you, Gandhigiri, that particular person is coming and cleaning that. After 3-4 times, this person is ready with the bucket and towel to clean the place as the other person is climbing down the steps. Then that particular person feels, so he comes like this, then this, because he is not spitting, he is gradually being transformed. So dear friends, this is our mission. So even when we disagree, we should be very wise. One more thing I would like to share with you. Many a time, what you said is not hurting the person, but how you said it, it is hurting the other person. For example, you are a government employee. Just imagine that you are a government employee. Then a village person is coming and asking, is there any government subsidy to make a vegetable garden? Then the government official is telling, where were you all these months? We have published the advertisement 5 times in the daily. And last week, everything was over. No more funding for 1 year. Where were you? സമയത്തും കാലത്തുമൊക്കെ നോക്കി അപേക്ഷയായിട്ട് വരണ്ടേ? In an angry tone, the particular officer was telling this. This old man is going back home. What would be his pain? It is not that he did not get the subsidy of 2,000 rupees for the vegetable garden, but he is worried about the insult that he got from the office. He's not worried about the 2,000 rupees. He's really worried that he got insulted in a group. Just imagine another situation. A very sweet lady like our singer, Madhurima. Madhurima is sitting there. Government officer. Madhurima, please come forward. Madhurima is a great chess player selected for Kerala government, Kerala University to compete in other states. And she's a very good shuttle badminton player. Got the first runner-up for the Spark shuttle badminton tournament. And she's a great singer. Can you sing for them? Please.
And I don't know how it gets better than this. Take my hand, drag me at first, feelings. And I don't know how that with you I dance in a storm in my best dress, feelings.
Your music has got great cathartic power. East or West, Madhurima is the best. Okay, anyway, Madhurima is the officer there. Then this old man is coming. Madam, any subsidy for government, from government for vegetable garden? Cheta, give me the application. Graciously receiving the application and places it on the table. I will try. So we advertised it and we distributed for the time being, but we are trying for more. If any opportunity arises, I will ring you up. If you don't get this year, I will make sure that you will get next year. But you have to come before monsoon and apply in the month of April and May. Thank you very much. Shake hands with the Appupan and sends me back. What would be me, the Appupan feeling as I go back? What a nice lady. How aristocratic she is. How politely she behaved. I know that this year no more subsidy for vegetable garden. But how beautifully she behaved. I wonder if I had a daughter like that, how good it would have been. That would be the thought pattern of the Appupan. What would he be feeling? Delighted. Plenty of serotonin, dopamine, very happy, dancing and going back home. After all, he had a very pleasant experience. Dear friends, what are the most costliest things in the world? Don't tell gold. Because gold is not the costliest. Because we have plenty of air, we don't feel the price of air. Since we have got plenty of water, we are not feeling the value of water. But the costliest things are air, water, sunlight. Then coming to the psychological domain, the costliest things are love, care, empathy, support. These things are the costliest. Because there was a businessman in Kerala with a fortune of 10,000 crores. And he was in a critical situation. And he committed suicide. 10,000 crores couldn't help him. Crores wouldn't help you. You wouldn't get a sleep. Even though you have a very good costly bed. Sleep is given by some other variable. So, dear friends, these things are really very important. Now, let me slowly conclude. If I get time, I will elaborate the remaining points. Sanjay, you want to tell something? You want to add something? Answer is good. Follow the door. So, learn the names of others. Next point is, let them have feeling of importance. Every moment when you see people, let them feel that they are important. Now, our Susan teacher, our former head of Department of Education, my guide is here. How can I make him feel important? I can mind her. I can shake hands with her. I can tell her how fortunate I am to have such a nice teacher. I can recall the days when she supported me in the department. Very magnanimous. I can tell her how he supported Mindfulness Training College in getting our journal approval from University of Kerala. There are 101 pages. By the sheer presence, she is mesmerizing us. I can tell her. So Rajashekaran sir is here. So what are the things I can tell about him? How handsome he looks. Retired, but still going for training programs. Now he's studying life skills and he's a life skill trainer now. And he was a very important government official conducting elections when he was in service. And when he was in charge of zoo, Trivandrum, he provided Mindfulness Training College opportunity to get into the zoo free of charge in that week of the wild animals. That offer he called us and he asked us to come this week, no payment here. 101 days. So sweet ladies from Bangalore. They came early morning and I met them. I gave them plenty of appreciation. So my students, Sanda and Smriti, like my daughters only. Gina is also there, another daughter of me. Dear friends, there are 1,001 ways to tell positive things about others. Bade they show me. Chote, bato. There are negative, small negative things that we have to forget and project what? Positivity. And see, we need larger eyes to see even the smallest positives of others and smallest eyes to see the evils of others. After all, we should realize that we do have problems just like the other persons. So, do unto others what you want others to do unto you. Do unto others what you want others to do unto you. Okay, when you are a teacher, think of your school days. When you forgot to do the homework, when you failed to write the copy, how you came to that class on that particular day. Teacher, how sad we were. In a receptive mood. So in in a receding mood, we were not comfortable. We wanted the teacher to support us. No copy today, Madhurima? No problem. Don't worry. Tomorrow try to write 2 pages. Okay? Is that fine with you? So there are different modalities of handling difficult situations. That's what I wanted as a kid. The same I have to offer to my students. So do you know to whom are we most gentle? To our husbands? No, not at all. To our own kids? Are we most gentle to our kids? Many parents beat them. We are most gentle to whom? Ourselves. Because from our infancy, we have been trying to control our anger. Still now, we are not able to control our anger. Every time I get angry, I tell myself, Jojo, you are getting angry. What a nasty person you are getting angry like this. After 2-3 minutes, I would tell myself, don't worry, forget everything. From now on, take care. We are most gentle to whom? Ourselves. We are very considerate. We are very considerate. We forgive a lot. So, as teachers, we have to learn the lessons of positive living and social intelligence. Otherwise, teachers would produce many psychopaths. Hitler was a psychopath. When he was a child, his father used to beat him badly. His father used to tie him in a tree and he used to beat him. Many a time, that means many times, the young child fell unconscious because of the merciless beating of his father. No wonder he developed into a psychopath, revengeful, hatred towards everyone, that he converted towards Jews and killed many thousands of Jews. Hitler killed. So, dear friends, as teachers, we should be a blessing. So, just look at me. If my student Smriti beats me here, sorry, she beats like this. Just imagine the situation. What would I do? I will smile at her. Smriti, how are you? I laugh. I will be very happy that she tapped on my shoulder. I will be very happy. Just imagine there is a wound inside me, inside my shirt. There is a wound, right? English adjust okay. Rotten wound is there. Okay. My rotten wound is there. Smriti doesn't understand it. She comes and just goes to son. She acts like this. Then I would, Smriti, what are you doing? I will get angry. Why? Not because of what? The tapping. Because of my wound. Only there is wound. And her gentle tap poked that wound. And I felt severe pain, so I am getting angry. Many a time, not the tapping. Our inner wound is the reason for our anger. Therefore, so how can we be a blessing? We should be healers. Healers. Once we heal our own wound, we can become a very good healer. Otherwise, we will keep on transferring this pain from one person to the next person to the next person. There will be an atomic explosion of transferring negative emotion from one person to the other. Who will tie a bell on the neck of the cat? Which a cat? Money victim. Will you begin a journey of healing? Will you do that? If you will do that, raise your hand. Once again, shake hands with your friends. tap on their cheek and give a gentle hug and tell that you enjoyed their company. Tell that you enjoyed their company. You have to give a small hug. Tina, give her a small hug. And tell that you enjoyed her company. She's a very sweet girl of Mark Industry. Thank you very much for your precious time. Actually, life's lessons are simple, and I would like all of you to read the book Skill with People by Les Gibran. It's a 25-page book. I will send the PDF in our SEL group. I will send the PDF in our SEL group. Simple tips of social intelligence. If you practice them, so you're going to do wonders. Hope you enjoyed my session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like our friend from Karnataka to come forward and give a reflection of today's session. One or two sentences. Because people from Karnataka are also coming for workshop. That's it. Sir, you can show the audience also. Let the people who are attending online have a look at the vibrant and offline participants of the workshop, please.
Thank you, sir. The reason for attending this session was just to attend a session. So this was a wonderful session, and sir, of course, is a joyously presented this seminar. So it was a wonderful experience for us too, and it is a worth for us to come from that far to attend this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear friends. Hope you enjoyed today's program. By the grace of God, we had very good climate, very good lunch, very tasty more, pineapple more we had, and paisam still we have, paisam, banana fry and tea. We can have one more cup of paisam. Thank you very much for coming today. And tomorrow we have our session commencing from 9 o'clock. I would like all of you to come early to the college at 9 o'clock. Let's have a very fruitful session tomorrow. If I get some more time, I want to give some more additional points as well. There are other resource persons in the queue. They are eager to meet you and talk to you. Thank you very much for your magnanimous presence here. You are the patrons who made today's program a great success. Thank you, my dear students. Even in spite of your hectic classroom magazine works, everyone popped up. And thank you very much. Thank you, teacher, for your gracious presence here, seeking your prayers and blessings always. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let us upload and enjoy our dearest teacher, one of the senior most teacher educators of India, former professor and head and dean, Department of Education, University of Kerala. Dear friends, now we are going to have the paper presentation sessions. Marketing training college students should help those who are from different parts of the world, different parts of India, different parts of Kerala to present their thesis. If you are going, no problem, you can leave, no problem. But those who are sitting here can watch the outstanding presentations here. And those who are presenting here, your presentations, it's going to be going live. So you have to go there, slide and present as far as possible. One presenter will be given 8 minutes for the presentation. Can we go and have tea and come back very fast? Please hurry up. Thank you. put up, have coffee and tea and come back. Now those who are presenting papers, you can present either with laptop or you can send your PPT in the email. So Rajesh will provide you the email. Thank you very much. First question by Amira. You can introduce yourself and start.
Good afternoon, all. I am Adya SS. This is scholar, Department of English, Sri Ayappa College for Women, Nagarkoil. My paper is titled Adolescent Experiences and Self-Awareness, a critical study of Tim Minton's Breath. It's actually an analysis of the novel Breath by the Australian writer Tim Minton, with reference to the idea how self-awareness acts as a crucible factor in the development of an individual's sense of self. As we all know, adolescence is a significant developmental period in the growth of an individual. It is marked by social, emotional, physical, as well as cognitive change. It is during this period an individual's identity is in the process of construction. Adolescence actually acts as a bridge between the childhood and adulthood of an individual. It is during this period an individual's identity is shaped and reshaped by multiple factors during this time. Adolescent experiences have a significant impact on how individuals perceive themselves, others, and the world. Erikson, the eminent psychologist, believes that it is the most significant aspect of adolescence is the establishment of identity. It is the first time when an individual starts thinking about their sense of self. And the psychologist James Marshall points out that adolescence is marked by two aspects: exploration and commitment. Exploration is the process through which an individual tries out different possible facets of their identity by experiencing with variety of attitudes and activities. In my novel, Breath, by the Australian author Tim Minton, there is this particular protagonist, Bruce Spikelet, who is very much obsessed with the thrill of surfing. He is obsessed with the adrenaline rush and he always seeks adventurous activities. It is this love for the adrenaline rush or love for the dangerous activities that marks his identity. But actually, when he gets a companion, Louis, and the mentor, this thrill moves to another extent where he experiences this danger in a very important manner. And we all know that adolescence is a period where the children of the adolescents are in conflict with parental supervision. And there is a conflict between independence, autonomy, and parental supervision and control. It is evident in Bruce's life because we see when we read the novel, we can see that Bruce detached himself from his parents during this time. It is peer interaction. It is interaction with peer members that is very significant during this period. And also, but what happens is this mentor, Sanderson, he asked the protagonist Spikelet to be more, to seek more extraordinary activities. And what happens is, at a point in his life, he realizes his limitations. He realizes that there is nothing, no issues are there in being ordinary. He asserts or he realizes his self. He realizes what he is. He understands that there is nothing wrong in being ordinary, and it is this self-awareness that makes him a paramedic in his later life. He realizes that doing reckless activities in sea is risky. It is risky to his life, and he realizes that being ordinary is okay. It is normal. There is nothing. There is no need to be extraordinary by proving or by taking extreme risk. And he becomes a paramedic and he saves others' life. And it is this self-awareness. At a point in his life, he realizes that this ordinariness and that self-awareness becomes a crucial factor in making his self. And my point is, self-awareness is of course a crucial factor that helps individuals to realize one's sense of self. Of course, adolescent experience have great impact in the psychological health of individuals, and with a great self-awareness, people can develop a stronger sense of self. That's all. Thank you.
Here, you can take the photo of this outstanding researcher from Sri Ayappa College, Nagargovil. She has presented a very good paper. She connected adolescent problems and literature. Why don't you give her a loud round of applause? Congrats. God bless you. Present many more papers like this and publish your book in the future, combining all your paper presentations. Thank you. God bless you. Next presenter. God bless you. Friends, another researcher from Ansel, Sri Ayyappa College, Ansel Frida. Why don't you extend a warm welcome clap? Thank you very much. Thank you. We can present your paper.
Good afternoon. I am Ansel Frida, Research Scholar of English from Sri Ayyappa College for Women, Sugargade, Nagarkovil. The title of my paper is Teachers and Transformation, Shaping the Future of the Marginalized in the Select Indian Writing in English. Education in the 21st century focuses on the welfare of students and aims to provide them necessary skills along with academic knowledge. Equality in education is a major concern in the modern century since underprivileged children are not given enough educational opportunities. The paper aims to highlight the struggles of slum children and examines how teachers act as a dynamic force in promoting their social mobility. It also emphasizes on the consequences faced by individuals due to lack of educational opportunities. The select novels, The Rule Breakers by Preeti Shanod and You Beneath Your Skin by Damayanti Biswas are analyzed through the lens of critical pedagogy. Critical pedagogy is an educational approach founded by Paulo Freire, a Brazilian philosopher and educator. It focuses on problem-posing education and encourages students to question and challenge the power structures. The novels concentrate on providing necessary education to slum children to break their cycle of poverty. The Rule Breakers by Preeti Shanod, published in the year 2018, gives a vivid picture of modern education through a non-governmental organization called Sankalp. Sankalp is a bridge school that helps slum children by offering them free education. It follows problem-posing education and encourages students to enhance their creative skills. The teaching method of Sankalp is very interesting. The learning environment itself boosts the curiosity of the learners. The students, they usually sit on colorful mats on the floor. The space is left open on all the sides and the walls are decorated with the drawings and crafts of the children. The building is surrounded by a beautiful garden which fosters a natural and peaceful atmosphere for learning. Every day, the classes in Sankalp start with a fun activity. Teachers ask thinking questions like, how would you spend your day if you had only 6 hours? Why do birds build their nest on trees like that? These questions enhance the critical thinking of the learners. To improve the vocabulary, the students are asked to speak only in English and are guided by a native English speaker. The teachers and volunteers of Sankalp directly visit the slum areas to understand the lifestyle of their students. The lives of first-generation slum children in the novel change through the success of a character named Kajol. On the other hand, You Beneath Your Skin by Damayanti Biswas, published in the year 2019, highlights the negative consequences faced by individuals due to lack of educational opportunities. Dr. Anjali Mohan, the protagonist of the novel, is deeply involved in this helping slum children through a charity called Hrudaya. However, the vision of empowering the children vanishes after becoming an acid attack victim. Ravi, a boy from slum area, is forced to throw acid on Anjali's face. He gets arrested by the police, whereas the real culprit remains unpunished. Boys from slum areas are made drug addicts and are misused by influential people. The novel also shows that educational deficiency can push female characters towards prostitution. These difficulties of slum children can be overcome only through a powerful weapon called education.
the authors of the select novels, powerfully illustrate the role of education as empowerment for slum children. By comparing the novels, the struggles faced by slum children are clearly depicted, and modern education is recognized as the dynamic platform for their social mobility. Thus, the role of teachers in the modern century is essential for promoting the social mobility of the slum children. Thank you.
Please take a photo of Ashley Frida, an outstanding scholar from Tamil Nadu, Sri Ayyappa College. So, congrats, you have done a good work. Continue with your studies, do more research, and you can publish your works and present as many papers as possible. And you have to publish a book of yours, the collection of your own papers. I have done that. Thank you, congrats. All the best. God bless you. Why don't you give her a loud round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. Next presentation. Hello friends, we have Srilata, an outstanding person, an exceptional person, presenting her paper. Let us welcome her with a loud round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, there is a piece of announcement. If somebody is coming from far away, if you are very particular that you have to go home early so that you would safely reach back home, you can inform the coordinators so that you will be provided opportunity to present immediately after Srilata's presentation. Over to you, Srilata.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Srilata, former lecturer in Physiology College, Kollam, former guest faculty in ACT Alappuzha. I'm going to present a paper titled The Emotional Engagement in Higher Learning in Virtual Classrooms. As we know, modern education landscape is defined by hybrid learning and virtual classrooms. Nowadays, education has undergone a substantial transformation with the adoption of digital technologies, leading to the rise of the hybrid and learning to the rise of virtual classrooms. Hybrid learning, which blends online and in-person instruction, offers a flexible approach that accommodates diverse learner needs. And virtual classrooms, on the other hand, enable full or face or preserve of the teacher who is the instructor being active in that chat, giving personalized video feedback and showing their own point of view or humor. cognitive presence, the third one, and the important one. The extent to which learners are able to construct or correlate their knowledge through the communication. That's very important in the modern educational scenario. And the second one, the evolution of learning environment from physical classrooms to digital platform. As we know, nowadays the modern educational landscape or platform is designed to technological era. In that, the traditional classroom settings are characterized by, as we know, that they write instruction, immediate feedback from the instructor or the teacher, and the structural environment. In contrast, digital world provides flexibility, self-paced learning, and access to diverse resources. The adoption of hybrid learning has increased significantly due to adaptability and effectiveness. It allows team education while addressing the varying preferences and circumstances of the learner. The third one and the important one, the technology as the core of modern education. Digital infrastructure in learning. Yes. Modern education relies heavily on digital tools such as learning management systems, video conferencing, and collaborative applications. In increased accessibility and global reach. As we know, the modern educational scenario, technological application of technological advances that increase the accessibility and global reach in education. Digital learning environment. Digital learning environment enables students to access educational resources from anywhere in the world. The global accessibility fosters the inclusivity and supports diverse learning commands and the emotional engagement of students in a modern educational scenario. Emotional engagement refers to students' feelings, attitudes, and sense of connection within the learning environment. Research indicates that emotionally engaged students are more likely to participate actively and cultivate better and achieve better outcomes. Behavioral engagement of observable actions such as attending class discussions, participating discussions and debates, and the cognitive engagement. It involves the efforts of students' interest in understanding complex concepts and applying critical thinking skills. And the affective, the third one, the most important in this scenario, social and learning environment, the encompasses the affective engagement emotions such as interest, enthusiasm, and a sense of belongingness, which are the essential for sustainable learning, that is the emotions of the learners. And the emergence of the digital communication, changing modes of interaction. In visual environments, students increasingly rely on digital tools such as emojis, text, and text-based responses, reactions, etc. to communicate their emotions. Artificial intelligence as a supporting tool for modern educational learners. AI technologies, artificial intelligence are increasingly capable of identifying patterns of students' behavior, that may indicate emotional strategies. AI systems can analyze students' performances and accept their instructional context. The use of AI in education raises concerns regarding data privacy, ethical use, and the political reduction of human interaction. Transition of intellectual technology. Education focuses on accusing information to developing higher order thinking skills. It emphasizes creativity, problem solving, and critical analysis. Modern learning environments encourage students to actively participate in knowledge construction, promoting a deeper understanding and long-term results. International collaborative learning and development of global competitions. Digital platform enable collaborative learning among students from different culture and geographical backgrounds. This promotes knowledge exchange, develop cultural awareness, communicative skills, and adaptability among students from different platforms. So I conclude that the modern educational landscape is reshaped by virtual classrooms and a hybrid learning with the application of artificial intelligence into the educational environment. So okay, thank you. That's my speech.
Hello friends, an outstanding presentation on hybrid learning. Why don't you upload and appreciate our friend? Congrats, you have done a very good job. Congrats, hats off to you. Present more papers, it was really good. So, digital transformation and digital learning, you have highlighted many valid points. Congrats, present many more papers. God bless you. Thank you. Friends, next presentation is by Meenakshi, Marketplace Training College Scholar, Life, Self and Society, a cultural studies perspective on social media, identity and mental health. Thank you very much. Welcome to you. Congrats and over to you. Dear friends, as you present your papers, try to stand here and speak so that in the video yourself and the slide will be perfectly displayed. Thank you.
Good evening, all. Myself, Meenakshi, second year BS student, Mindfulness Training College. So my paper is on life, selves and society, a cultural studies perspective on social media, identity and mental health. So here in my paper, I have made a cultural studies perspective of the social media under the cultural studies discourse. So here social media as a cultural production. So nowadays in the digital era, we are the people who use social media on a daily basis, and it's inevitable that we don't use that. So here, when we talk about social media, it's not just a technological tool. We cannot simply say that as a technological tool because it creates something more. It's actually a dynamic cultural space. It never produce something static or it never produce something which doesn't have an impact. It has an impact on our daily lives. As in the dynamic cultural spaces, they produce dynamic cultural spaces. As they incorporate or they try to mold our daily lives, even the way we think. they can actually change our own opinions, and they can, the social media, social media can mold our own opinions and confer us to what a dominant culture or what majority people see as normal. So dynamic culture spaces that produce meaning, shape identities, and reinforce power relations. So social media, they produce new meanings. They produce new meanings and shape identities. Even though we are a person and we know, as we know, but while we are consuming the different kinds of content from the social media, our thinking also changes. They shape our identities, or they shape our thinking style, and reinforce power relations. As in, the power relations, we can say the influencers or the algorithms. So in the phone or in some kinds of social media that we use today, is Instagram. So if we scroll through the feed, most of the posts there will be on the basis of what we have previously taken, or what we are interested in other apps, and also in the Instagram. So that is called as algorithm. That they frames post images and interactions and the cultural text. So in cultural studies, the main point is the cultural text, or it is the central idea in which that creates narrative, that creates different kinds of narratives that eventually becomes the dominant thinking style, or the dominant culture. Narratives that circulate values, norms, and ideologies across digital networks. As I have said, it creates new values, it creates new normal. Each click, share, and comment becomes a performative act in the construction of identity culture. So, what we see in some kinds of YouTube blogs, so in our daily lives also, we will like to imitate that kind of a life. So we will think that the things we see in YouTube or social media, that is the perfect life. So even though we personally, at first we will not be liking that much, but again we will think, oh, this is these kinds of lifestyle, or this life is liked by many people, so this may be right. So we will also convert that kind of idea. Embed users within systems of meaning making that extend far beyond individual expression. So that is the same point. Individual expression. We might have some our own individual interest, individual talents, but again, the kind of contents we are consuming through social media, then they can mold our interest. They can mold our identities. So here, so I have taken a cultural studies perspective. So the posts are the text. So in Instagram or social media, the post is the content. So content is the text. User-generated content functions as narrative that communicates cultural values and social norms, as I have said. So what we consume in social media, on YouTube or Instagram, and as I have said in the blogs, so we find that they are living like that. They are living. We feel that that's normal. That's even though it may not be normal for us with our financial stability or something like that. It may not be normal for us, but we will walk, or we, even though our individual interest is not that, then again we will ourselves mold to get that kind of a life. So here the content that we consume in social media are the cultural text. Then images as discourse. Visual representation construct meaning through selective framing and aesthetic choices. So the images or the visual content that we are consuming, that too they are aesthetically presented to us. The reality or the real life is not presented to us. It is edited. It is made more beautiful so that more views will be getting. So here images are the discourse. boxes. So here the images construct meaning, a new meaning and a new norm. Interactions as practices. Likes, shares, and comments reinforce or challenge dominant cultural narratives. So here again, likes, shares. In social media, everyone who puts contents, their main idea or their main intention is to get more views or more likes or more shares or more comments. And how will they get it? They will only get it if more people are interested in that kind of a content. So if more people are interested, they will get more views and they will get more likes, more shares. So here, interactions are the practices. Okay, the like economy, quantifying human validation in the digital age. So here, the likes, again I have said, the shares, the views. So we are, with the likes, we are quantifying human validation. So if we get 100 likes, that means 100 people may have liked what we have put on the social media. So we are quantifying or we are producing that kind of currency, we can say. Commodification of the self. In the digital age, our identity transitions from an internal state to a quantifiable currency. Again, we are selling ourselves. Platform capitalism, engagement metrics. So, engagement metrics is the, again, the business models, they rely mainly on these engagement metrics or they look for those influencers who have more likes or more reach and they will only consider that kind of people. So that is platform capitalism, curated reality. Curated reality means again their life is altered. It is altered to maximize the visibility or to get more views, to be in everyone's phone, to to maximize the algorithmic visibility. Feedback loop. Feedback loop means again, if we are not using the app or any kind of social media app also, we will get some notification, then we will get again reminder of that and we will again open the app. Then quantified work, public social endorsement. So here again the social validation we are getting. So that is the main purpose of all the social media. Identity fragmentation. Constant pressure to maintain multiple digital personas leads to profound self-fragmentation. Again, we use different kinds of apps and we deliberately or not, we portray ourselves according to the kind of app we are using. For example, we perform as professionals on LinkedIn, assets on Instagram, and opinion makers on X. Even though we are not all these three, we will be pretending that we will be professionals. And I have recently found a reel or a meme that in the LinkedIn profile it is written, can work under pressure, but in reality the person is failing in the office because of the stress and pressure. So we will only curate, we will only portray that cinematic or the curated reality to the others. This division between our embodied physical selves and our distributed digital avatars triggers identity crisis. So we are portraying some kind of image in the social medias, but ourselves we are someone else. In our mind or in our thinking, in ourselves we are someone else, and in social media we portray ourselves as some others. So that exists some kind of an identity crisis or a conflict will arise. Over time, the real self begins to feel less valid, less and less significant than the performed self that receives constant societal feedback. So here again, the real me, the real self will get less valid, even only when the person gets societal feedback. Only when the people get the societal feedback or more views on the social media, they will be satisfied. So here again, the idealized standards and the impacts, the beauty norms. So again, in the social media, we will only produce that kind of an image which is again beautified or curated and then edited, filtered and idealized, but it is not in reality. So that there is also that kind of a conflict. And success narratives. Again, the lifestyle blogs, lifestyle contents that would only portray the perfect lifestyle But and then we will look into our own life, and then we will get it. So there is another conflict. The lifestyle perfection, filtered realities, present polished versions of a daily life comparison of our lives and the bloggers or the influencers. So, as in the study of University of California, May 10, 2024, which concerning links between extensive social media use and negative mental health. So, again, we are using social media, there will be less interaction with the people in the physical world, so that increased loneliness despite constant connectivity, elevated anxiety levels from the comparison of the FOMO, fear of missing out, rising depressive symptoms in heavy uses and displacement of in-person interaction. In-person interaction means the interaction in the real life or the physical world. So FOMO means here the social media we call it as highlight reel. Highlight reel displaying only the user's best part, user's life's best parts. And it impacts on self-esteem and triggers anxiety because we are constantly comparing and compels users to constantly check the social media so that we are not missing any content or we are not missing what is going trend in the world. So that is FOMO, fear of missing out. Cyberbullying. In 2020, 44% of all internet users in the US said they have experienced online harassment. So here again, cyberbullying it is intentional. It is the intentional harassment or mistreatment or making fun. And we may not know the person who is doing that, but again, affect our mental health in the long run, leaving lasting emotional scars. So the call to action. The call to action is let's shape our digital future, not be shaped by it. We have to shape our future and not be shaped by the social media or their narratives. Understanding social media as a powerful cultural force, not just as a neutral tool, is an essential first step towards mitigating its negative impacts. So here, social media is not just a tool. It's not just a digital tool. It has impacts. It has impacts on our daily lives. So how can we tackle it? We can tackle it by being mindful, by engaging with digital platforms consciously, and by knowing that these are curated realities, and by knowing what are the authentic content and what are the not authentic, then being critical and critically analyze our own use of social media and be well, prioritize authentic connections and self-validation over digital metrics and external approval. Again, critical analysis move beyond passive consumption. We should not only passively consume, but also we should think deeply about what we are consuming, and media literacy recognize curated realities and understand what are the commercial interests, what are the curated realities, or what are the curated contents, and what are the authentic content, and intentional use. And we should choose when and how to engage rather than reacting to constant notifications and prompts. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Really proud of you. Congrats. Exceptional presentation. Very good topic, and you have gone very deep into the subject. Hats off to you. Congrats and prayers. Great work. Keep going like this. God bless you. Thank you. What about me? Mail അയച്ചിരിക്കുവാണോ? നിങ്ങളോ? Friends, tomorrow morning from 8:30 we have offline presentation up to 9:30. Tomorrow morning also, since there are many people, we are giving an extra slot. Expect. Hello friends, Shruti from Department of Education, Kalivattam is going to speak on teachers as emotional scaffolds. So for your kind information, immediately after your presentation, you have to give your name and the subject and the title of your presentation in our SCL group. SCL group, so that it is documented there for your certification and everything. Thank you. Okay, that's okay. There is a paper. In addition to our paper, you have to do something. You have to type in the SEL group and you can present your name and the title also. Dear friends, those who are online, kindly you can share the link with your friends, colleagues, and family. Let others also come and listen to the presentations. Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon. My title for the presentation is Teachers as Emotional Support. That is leading social emotional learning into India's overcrowded classrooms through the NEP 220 framework, navigating its opportunities and challenges. We know that India's education system serves over 250 million school-going children. That is the largest among the world. And we know that in the National Mental Health Survey, nearly 7.3% of students are facing mental disorders, and among them, many facing distress to school-related stresses. Traditional Indian classrooms concentrates on the cognitive areas or cognitive outcomes, that is marks and everything. The emotional lives of students have largely been invisible to the system. And why SEL matters? We know that already our national workshop is based on that. That is, social and emotional learning matters in the new current scenario of India. The social and emotional learning develops skills to understand emotions, show empathy, build relationship, and make responsible decisions. It is shown that about 11 percentage point gain in academic achievement occur when students start achieving SEL education. The theoretical frameworks related to the study includes the Vygotsky's zone of proximal development and scaffolding, that is Bronfenbrenner's ecological system theory, and Kaiser's SEL framework. It includes 5 important competencies, which includes self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision making. Next is Goldman's emotional intelligence. We already know that in current scenario, EQ is more important than IQ. These all are the literature review that I have done for this study. And the teacher as emotional scaffolder. As Joji sir already mentioned in his class about how a class should be, how we should develop a positive environment for the students, how a person should be valued by the teachings of the teacher. That is, these students warmly notices the emotional changes in the students and creates a psychologically safe environment classroom where students feel heard and valued. That in different ways he told about how to say I don't agree with you or I feel like that, because we should also value the emotion of the other person. Next, the teacher's emotional labor in India. We know that there are criteria for teacher-student ratios are there, but then also the student strength is more than 60 to 80. That is very difficult for teachers to manage in a normal classroom. So teachers will feel difficult if they are not emotionally strong. Then how would students be? So the emotional strength of teachers is also very important. In SEL and NEP 2020, we know that in NEP 2020, tell that holistic development of the student is very important. Not only the cognitive development, it includes the social intelligence and also emotional intelligence of the student. For that, we should make some changes in our curriculum or our class. That is, the holistic report cards should be assessing social and emotional skills alongside academics. We should have some records of emotional and social skills along with academics. And experimental and activity-based learning should be enhanced so that it would be ideal environment for SEL integration. School complexes are collaborative communities. We should have more collaborations that NEP also insists. Some specific opportunities for integration that we don't have SEL as a subject in our BEd curriculum. So we should have this SEL as an important subject in our curriculum. Then only we can develop SEL, because teachers should also have a knowledge about SEL, so that more national seminars and workshops should be held on SEL topics. That include in the curriculum embedded SEL in languages, social science, and in everything we can include SEL. As I have already mentioned, if it is an activity oriented class, then the social intelligence will be improved, as well as emotional intelligence will be improved through that. Pedagogy, a shift from lecture-based to dialogue and discussions will improve the social and emotional intelligence. Assessment, that is portfolio and observation-based assessments, which include emotional growth indicators and holistic progress reports. As I have already mentioned, in the teacher education program, the BEd curriculum should be redesigned so that it will give more importance to SEL and it is practical applicability. In the school culture also, trained counselors should be there in every school. I think in our state now it is occurring. There are many challenges, as I have already mentioned. Our classes in our country is overcrowded. So that there will be structural challenges that I have already told that it should be activity oriented, then there should be some small group formation and discussions, but in an overcrowded class it would be difficult for such things. The infrastructure deficits and untrained workforce, examination culture, rural-urban divide, everything create challenges for SEL learning. Next is cultural and social challenges. Indian culture traditionally suppresses emotional expressions. We already know that our culture tells boys are not allowed to cry. That is, they are not allowed to show their emotions. So it should be changed. Everybody have the right to show their emotions in front of everybody. That is, parents often see emotional learning as a distraction from academic preparation, and stigma around mental health prevents open conversations in classrooms and schools. And institutional challenges means there is no mandatory SEL curriculum exists anywhere in India. These all are some best practices and innovations that is happening in our country. Some of them include happiness curriculum, which was embedded in Delhi, and Snehhi initiative, which is from Kerala. Then SEL teacher training, Maharashtra, rural approach, AD Center for Emotional Intelligence, and all of these are some very good positive innovations and best practices that we should accommodate in our curriculum and in our colleges also. On the basis of all these literature reviews and all these good practices that we have seen, some of the recommendations include There should be mainly SEL in teacher education. It should be included as a subject or otherwise like this national seminars or workshops should be held to improve the social and emotional intelligence of both students and teachers. Next is develop India-specific SEL curriculum. Our country is very diverse and it is different from other countries. That sometimes we say look other countries and how their education system is working over there. But it is not possible because our country is very much populated and very diverse. So we should have our own specific type of SEL curriculum that I have to do more studies. Then reduce class size. Strictly enforce RTS 3:30:1 pupil-teacher ratios and appointment school counselors. School counselors is very important in this current scenario to handle the emotional conflicts in students or the Gen Z students, to manage them and protect teachers' well-being. Teachers' emotional strength is also very important. Along with students, engage families. We should conduct training for teachers, students, as well as for families. Not only PTA meetings, there should be counseling classes for also to understand the importance of this ACL. Then use technology thoughtfully. There are many apps, online apps for learning, and there should be more classes related to SEL on all this. This is monitor and evaluation techniques should be made. These all are the future scopes related to this. And as teaching is a very noble profession that shapes the character, caliber, and future of an individual, then it's our duty to empower teachers as emotional scaffolds through dedicated structured training and institutional supports. Thank you.
Exceptional PPT, very rich. Why don't you upload and appreciate our dear friend? Thank you very much. It was really outstanding and stunning. I wanted you to stop, but because of the rich presentation, I wanted her to carry on. Thank you. Can someone take a photo, please? Thank you very much. Now over to Smriti. Thank you. Smriti, come forward. It's a combined presentation by an outstanding research scholar Smriti and a research guide Dr. Jojo John. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm presenting on impact of positive psychology in enhancing students' well-being and mental health. And this study explores how positive psychology can improve both emotional and academic outcome among students. And the students' mental health survey become a serious global concern. Many students experience stress, anxiety, and depression in their learning conditions, and our traditional education system only focus on the academic improvement only, and their emotional conditions are not well addressed. Hence, here comes the importance of this positive psychology. And in positive psychology, we focus on the strength and resilience and promote flourishing and development. And the positive psychology is developed by Sageman and Martin Sageman. And the main theories concerning the positive psychology is PERMA model and also broad and build theory. In PERMA model explains the 5 elements: positive emotions, engagement, relationship, meaning, and accomplishment. And these 4 components are the basic concern that will be inbuilt among the students so that they can flourish in their life. And these together help students and load a balance and fulfill their life. And next is
broad and build theory, and this theory is also support the positive psychology. This theory explains that positive emotions expands our thinking. They improve creativity and problem-solving ability. Over time, they help build long-term resilience. And broad and build theory also supports positive psychology. And positive education combines academic learning with well-being. And many interventions can be incorporated in this positive psychology heading, that is gratitude intervention, mindfulness, etc. It helps students positive psychological method of learning or intervention, incorporating this type of learning among students help students develop emotional and social skill along with knowledge. This leads to better engagement and performance. There are several positive psychology interventions. One is gratitude practice. Gratitude practice encourages students to focus on positive experience, and this improves happiness and reduces negative emotions like depressions during their studies. And the mindful practices among students also, they focus the students to stay in the present situation and be calm in their any stress condition, and it reduce stress and improve concentration and emotional control. And next is strength-based approaches. That in these approaches, the strength of the students are identified and some motivations are given to the students to improve their strengths and become part of their life and increase engagement more in their learning and their life situation. Then resilience training. This training helps the students to cope the stress conditions or unethical conditions before them and make them more stress management in their daily life and become more adaptable to the situation they are facing in their life. And next training method is best possible self. That is future self-visualization. They are trained to visualize their better future so that they can visualize their future, that they are becoming a positive person in their future, even though they are facing some trouble in the present situation. And also develop a character of developing, enhancing their optimism level and have a positive life for their betterment. And the impact of well-being and the emotional impact of mental health. This positive psychology will definitely have a strong impact on these factors. There is this emotional stability, life satisfaction, social connection, and also reduce anxiety, depression, prevents disorder, and long-term benefit. That positive psychology improves emotional well-being by increasing happiness and reduce stress among the students' life, so that they can perform better in their academically and have a positive, flourishing life. Positive psychology reduces anxiety and depression. It also acts as a preventive approach for mental health problems. Thus, positive psychology mainly focuses on the improvement of the strength among the students, or the capacity in the students is built up and brought up, and so that they have to flourish in their life, not even to overcome the situation, but also flourish in their future life to become a better, positive individual for the society. Thank you.
Proud of you, Smriti. Outstanding, outstanding. Why don't you applaud and encourage our Smriti for that brilliant presentation? Okay, thank you very much. Congrats. Thank you. Next, over. Rajesh. Friends, next an outstanding presentation by Anandan, M.Ed Scholar, Department of Education, University of Kerala. Why don't you encourage him?
Good evening to all. My title of my paper is Beyond the Classroom was the conceptual exploration of AI-driven digital learning ecosystem for the adolescent learners. Okay, we all know that AI is how much important for us. In every sector, we can see that the AI has practical changes in us. In my childhood, the cars are actually like fully automatical, not fully automatical, fully manual. There is a need of driver. But we can know that in 2025, we can know that the Tesla has launched a car which has no need of driver, fully automatic. Then every sector, coming to the payment, banking sector, transportation, hospitality, every sector we can see that the influence of AI is very great. But coming to the education sector, we cannot see that a drastic change of AI, mainly in the secondary sector, mainly in the secondary education. Now I come to the background of my study. The main context is the rapid integration of AI tools like ChatGPT, Grammarly, Khan Academy, AI in the everyday student's life. We all know that after the COVID-19 pandemic, there is an accelerated adaptation of digital and remote learning globally. And the digital learning environment, now the span like LMS, apps, social media, and AI chatbots are drastically changing. Now we are coming to the research gap. The most AI in the education research focusing on the higher education. The secondary school remains undeveloped and exhibited at the conceptual level. The need for the theoretical understanding of how AI ecosystem functions for the adolescent. While I considering the collecting of the literature review, I identified that there are many research are conducted in the higher education level. Higher education, the importance of AI I can see, but in the coming to the secondary education, we cannot see practical adaptation of any research in that area. The main objectives of my study is to conceptually exploring how the AI-driven digital learning ecosystem are defined and structured in the context of secondary education. And the second objective is to examine the potential impact of AI-powered learning environment as an adolescent learner engaging the autonomy and achievement. We all know that adolescent is the age of, says as a storm and stress. They are very eagerly to adopt and do things, but coming to our education sector, we cannot apply anything over the secondary education. And the third objective is to analyze the theoretical framework of social constructivism, self-regulated learning, connectivism, and understand the AI learning ecosystem. The fourth objective is to identify the opportunity and challenges of AI integration in the secondary education with a focusing on equal and ethics. Okay, now I am coming to the method I have adopted. It is a conceptual theoretical paper. Now, empirical data I have collected, and I have collected the literature reviews published between 2000 and 2025 was examined using the academical database. And my major data sources were the peer-reviewed journal articles, UNESCO, OECD, and the NEP 2020 government reports, and books, chapters, conference papers, etc. And I also referred from the ARICS, Google Scholars, and Scopus. Okay. I have been identified the certain problems like the limited resources in the researchers on the secondary education and the lack of conceptual clarity and the absence of the theoretical ground and the equity of the access of concepts. My literature review is based on the three education theories we have grounded. The first one is the social constructivism, which we are all familiar with. It was proposed by Vygotsky. The learning is a social shape by the interaction and the environment, and AI can act as a more knowledgeable other instead of teachers. And next coming to the theory of the self-regulated learning, which was proposed by Sigmund, and it is the learning. We need a learner's plan, which will help of AI we can build it. And the AI support a goal setting and a track performance. The next theory is the connectivism, which was proposed by the Simmons and Downs. The theory explained that the learning happens through the connections in the digital network. Now we are coming to the how AI function to the students. First one is a personalization. The students, according to students, the AI can be considered as a personalized, individual, special tutor for them for clearing their doubts. It will help us with self-paced learning. And next one is intelligent feedback. Intelligent feedback is deliver an instant specific feedback on the task so the students can correctly and improve without waiting. It will help us. If we made any mistake, it will suddenly give our feedback and make it correct. The next one is the learning analytics. It is the monitor the pattern in the student's behavior to detect the gap early and suggest the target support. The next one is scaffolding. Scaffolding support. The AI can be considered as a scaffolder, making us a private tutor who can provide additional support. Next one is conventional AI, which the AI tutors and the chatbots answer the questions, creates exploration, and provide the dialogue to any time for the any time. Next one is content curation. These were my keywords. Now these are the certain AI tools which can be adopted at the school. First one is ChatGPT or CanVigo or Khan Academy AI. The Khan Academy AI is also known as CanVigo. We can see as the Khan Academy application. We can see that it will help you to assist on all the features. Next one is Newton Salter. Newton Salter will help us to organizing everything you can as a personalized expert. Next one is Dreambox Learner. Dreambox Learners will help us for the mathematical problems. It will help us problems only. And turning in AI feedback and in mode analysis. We have the major AI for the we can adopt at the secondary education field. Now I am coming to the major challenges why we are adopting completely AI on our secondary education system. The first one is digital divide. Not everyone are equal about their economic status and adoption of the digital tools like laptop, mobile phones are not easy to access for everyone. The next one is data privacy. There is is very important of the privacy of data of students. And this one is the teacher preparation. We need to provide a better training for the teachers for knowledge about AI and the technologies. Next one is overall games of technologies. These are the major roles of teachers, digital literacy, and the curricular integration. Now I am concluding my portion. My title is basically about how we can conduct a research. We can by collecting a qualitative research. It will help me to conduct a qualitative research for the previous study. To help me to identify that there is no more studies were conducted in this field. Thank you.
Congrats, Marmila. It was an outstanding presentation by an exceptional M.Ed scholar, from Department of Education, University of Kerala. Big salute to you. It was really good. Very good. Thank you. Next is our scholar from Bangalore presenting the paper. Can someone come forward and move the slides, please? Can?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shruti. They are a business scholar, St. Anne's College of Education, Mangaluru, Karnataka. So my guide is Flossie D'Souza. So my topic starts with a question. My study started with a question, that is, as a teacher educator, we train teachers to train the teachers for subjects on blackboard. But who will train for their heart? That is the main question. Became the foundation of my study. Since I was concentrated on SCL as my topic, this study is a first step towards it. That is, I wanted to study what is the status of pre-service teachers, what is the SELC competencies of pre-service teachers in Mangalore Taluk.
So the first, as you gone through from the morning, you understood that SEL is most important for an individual. A lot of studies done based on students and teachers also. It influences on teachers' well-being, classroom role, climate, student engagement, and academic outcomes. So my studies is based on the CASL framework, that is CASL 2020, which has given 5 competencies as we discussed in some early presentations. So from the review, concentrating on pre-service teachers, what I found is the status of pre-service teachers SECs is mostly it is moderate. We are getting the result moderate to high social emotional competencies in international and even in India. So gaps exist in emotion regulation and stress management. This is a point which I have recognized from review of literature. So what is the need which made me to do this study is one thing I wanted to include or integrate SEL in teacher education in the beginning itself, and also the limited variables, demographic variables are studied based on this, and varieties helps in improve curriculum design and teacher training programs. So this is the literature review. So from the literature review, the points which I have gained is SEL is essential for teacher quality, and teachers' SEC is a link to positive outcomes and moderate to high SEC but across domain. SEC enhance self-efficacy, well-being, and inclusive teaching readiness, and program and contextual factors matters for this SEC. So gap identified what I have said, that is one thing is lack of Indian studies, and second one is a systematic SEL integration in a teacher education. So what is the significance of my studies? One thing I wanted to study about the SELC of pre-service teachers based on their age and year of study, that is training year, and the pedagogy subjects, whether it influences on the influences the SECs of the teachers, and it provides evidence what have done before. The evidence provided from the Mangalore Taluka, and it also develops, helps developing the effective training for the pre-service teachers and next slide. So the objectives, first one, the status of SELC of pre-service teachers of Mangalore Taluka, then demographic with respect to overall SECs, with respect to year of study, age group, and pedagogy subjects which they have as pre-service teachers have taken. This is the hypothesis, null hypothesis, which is considered. One is there is no significant difference among the mean scores of SELC among pre-service teachers with respect to year of study, with respect to age, and with respect to the pedagogy subjects pre-service teachers have. So the research design was descriptive survey method. Total 73 female pre-service teachers have studied, and stratified random sampling was used. Tool was developed by the investigator, that is me, and SEL domains based on the tool is constructed based on the CASL's 2020 5 competencies. And for analysis, I have used descriptive statistics, that is mean, standard deviation, and inferential, that is t-test and one-way ANOVA. The finding of this study is so here overall SELC of pre-service teacher is around 85%, which shows that the pre-service teachers are having moderately high SELC. But with respect to domains or the particular competencies, if you have observed, they have less score in self-awareness and highest score in social awareness. As in previous session, sir has said that they are very good in social awareness and self-awareness. Next. So this is the objective which is based on year of study. When you are considering the year of study, the SEC was 85% for first year period, and for second year BA students shown 84.46 percentage of a SEC. It shows that first year students are better than second year students. Okay, and with respect to self-domain, okay, with respect to self-awareness, we see that there is there is not significant, and if you observe that there is not much difference, but there is a little difference between self-management and responsible decision making. In that, first year students are better than second year student pre-service teachers. So with respect to age group, actually we found a significant differences among age group 21 to 30 and 30 to 40 years. So here they are different with 5%, that is the younger adults are having high SECs compared to the 31 to 40 age group of pre-service teachers. So which shows that here, if you observe, they have significant difference in the with respect to self-management and responsible decision making. So this is based on pedagogy subject, which is pedagogy 1, which is considered chemistry, English, Kannada and physics, where if you observe, physics students have scored less social emotional competencies and even chemistry students if you compare to the language students. Next. And in pedagogy 2, while you comparing to the method 2, if you observe, commerce students have the highest social emotional competencies, but mathematics students have the less score for the SACs also. And if the relationship between is non-significant, not significant. So the final conclusion was the overall SELC is moderately at high level, and they have lowest score in self-awareness and the highest in social awareness. Next one. So in overall SELC and all 5 domains, first year and second year students, first year are better than second year students, and this means that additional training does not matter. So these are the studies which supports my studies. So overall, to conclude, we say that as international studies says, SEC of any individual is moderate to high level. So it's supported by my study, and also it shown that self-awareness and self-regulation training is required for all pre-service teachers. Thank you.
Exceptional research study from Bangalore. Really feeling proud of you. Kindly have regards your guide also. Hats off to you. Why don't you appreciate her? And we can take a very good photo also of this eminent scholar from Bangalore. Smriti, you can also join, please. The one who helped, assisted our exceptional scholar. Hats off to you. God bless you. Thank you. Next. So we are having online, we are having presentation from the main. Next is Gina and myself. Dr. Joji John and Gina, both of us are presenting. So why don't you appreciate our dear scholar?
Good evening, dears. Myself, Gina, a research scholar at TTC Nalanjara. possible. Good evening, dears. Myself, Gina Praveen, research scholar, MBTC Nalanjara. My title is Nurturing Students' Mental Health and Emotional Stability Through Mindfulness Practices. Now I am coming to the background of the study. In the contemporary education scenario, students are increasingly exposed to various academic, social, and personal pressures that significantly affect their mental health and emotional well-being. The emphasis on academic achievement, competition, and performance often leads to stress, anxiety, and emotional imbalance among students. As a result, many learners struggle with concentration, self-regulation, and maintaining a positive outlook towards the learning. Education, therefore, must be beyond the mere transmission of knowledge and focus on the holistic development of students, including their mental and emotional health. In this context, mindfulness practices have emerged as an effective approach to nurture students' mental health and emotional stability. Mindfulness involves being fully aware of the present moment with a non-judgmental attitude, which helps students manage their thoughts, emotions, and behaviors more effectively. By incorporating simple techniques such as deep breathing, meditation, and mindful observation, students can develop better focus, emotional control, and resilience. Thus, integrating mindfulness into educational setting can play a vital role in promoting well-balanced, confident, and mentally healthy individuals. What is mindfulness? Mindfulness is the practice of paying attention to something in the present moment, including our thoughts, feelings, and action without judging them. Or mindfulness, it is the form of awareness. According to John Kabat-Zinn, mindfulness is awareness that arises from paying attention on purpose in the present moment and not judgmentally. Here, some mindfulness exercises are some important mindfulness exercise. They are breathing exercise, mindful observation, mindful listening, gratitude practice, then mindful walking, grounding exercise, then short meditation, mindful journaling, and smile and relax exercise. These simple mindfulness practices can be easily integrated into daily classroom routine to promote students' mental health and emotional stability. By practicing this mindfulness exercise, the following outcomes are seen. They are reduces stress and anxiety, then improve concentration and attention, enhance emotional stability, promote self-awareness, improve academic performance and encourage positive thinking, strengthen memory and improve social relationship, and build resilience and support overall well-being. By practicing the mindfulness exercises, we develop mental health and emotional stability. Mental health and emotional stabilities are essential for overall development of the students. A mental healthy students can concentrate better, think clearly, and actively participate in learning. While emotional stability helps them manage their feelings and respond calmly to different situations. However, in today's educational environment, students often face stress, anxiety, and academic pressure, which can affect their well-being and performance. Therefore, it is very important to focus not only on academic achievement but also on students' mental and emotional health. Mindfulness plays a key role in developing mental health and emotional stability among students. By practicing mindfulness techniques such as deep breathing, then meditation and present moment awareness, students learn to control their thoughts and emotions effectively. These practices reduce stress, improve focus, and promote positive thinking. Thus, incorporating mindfulness into education can help create balance, confidence, and emotionally strong individuals. Coming to the part of conclusion. In conclusion, nurturing students' mental health and emotional stability is essential for their overall development and success in life. In today's demanding educational environment, students need more than academic knowledge. They need the ability to manage stress, regulate emotion, and maintain inner balance. Mindfulness practices offer a simple, practical, and effective way to support these needs by helping students stay present, focused, and emotionally strong. When regularly practiced, mindfulness not only improve well-being but also enhance learning, relationship, and self-confidence. Therefore, integrating mindfulness into everyday classroom practices can create a positive and supportive learning environment where students feel calm, confident, and capable. Teachers and educational institutions have a key role in promoting these practices and shaping mentally healthy individuals. By prioritizing mental health through mindfulness, we are not only educating students but also empowering them to lead balanced and meaningful lives. Now I am concluding the title, quoting the beautiful words of Gautama Buddha, "The mind is everything. What do you think, you become." Thank you.
Congrats to Gina for that outstanding presentation. Take a photo and upload and encourage our dear friend. Hats up to you, Gina. It was really good. Thank you. God bless you. Clap and appreciate our scholar. Thank you. Next, please. Enjoy all the best.
Good evening. My topic, positive psychology and well-being in education. Let's start with a question. Do you know which country is ranked as world happiest country in the world? Do you know? Finland. Yes, Finland. Happiest index shows that first happiest country is Finland.
Finland at the same time it is the first for suicide rate also.
Also.
Suicide first.
Oh, like the study shows that there is better environment for a job. Better and fresh air. So people are very happy. The study shows that. Anyway, when we celebrate Happy International Day of Happiness, which day is celebrated as International? Yes. 20th March 20. Okay. All these shows that only after 2012 we celebrate UN established Adaptability Day after only 2012. So we can understand now we give more importance to well-being and happiness for overall development of happiness. Okay, let's be traditional education versus positive education. In traditional education, we only focus for academic achievement, test scores, and cognitive development as primary metrics. But nowadays, we give more importance to life skills, happiness, joy, etc. of students. The important model for well-being in positive psychology is PERMA model. As Smriti explained, there are 5 components. One is positive emotion, next engagement, relationship, meaning, and attention. Positive emotion means cultivating feeling like joy, gratitude, hope, and amusement in learning environment. Engagement means creating opportunity flow states where students are completely absorbed, deeply focused, and tasks perfectly match skill level. Relationship, making more relationship and thus we attain better life states. Meaning and accomplishment, the final pillars of PERMA model involving helping students of meaning beyond
The soft areas just below the collarbone with one hand while placing the other hand on the stomach. It stimulates blood flow to the brain, helps with focus and eye-hand coordination. It also prepares students for visual tasks and it helps for fine reading or writing activities. Third one is hookups. Students cross their ankles, extend their arms and cross them, clasp hands, then breathe slowly. It helps to calm down the nervous system, reduces anxiety, and promotes emotional balance. Then let me share how it works. First one, brain gym exercise activates the left and the right hemispheres, and it improves coordination and focus in a person. Also, it regulates the emotions and reduces the stress. And finally, it improves the mental health. Brain gym as a preventive approach to mental health. It reduces tension and anxiety. It improves the mood and relaxation, develops self-confidence, enhances attention and focus. Also, the regular practice of brain gym creates a positive mental state, thereby preventing a serious mental health issues. Conclusion: brain gym is a simple, cost-effective, and practical approach to enhance mental health among students by promoting brain-body coordination, emotional balance, and cognitive functioning. It serves as a powerful preventive strategy in educational settings. Integrating brain gym into classroom practices can help to create a supportive and mentally healthy learning environment. Let me call a healthy mind begins with a balanced brain. Brain gym paves the way forward. Thank you.
Congrats, Sanju. Come forward. One of my smart scholars, and he's doing his PhD on brain gym, a very important topic. Why don't you applaud and appreciate him? Thank you very much. Now today's final presentation. Again, my dear student Sanjana Manoj is presenting. It's a presentation by Sanjana Manoj and Dr. Joju John. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My topic for the presentation is fostering 21st century skills through social and emotional learning practices. Let me start with the quotes of Physiology. He is the constructivist philosopher. Learning is a social process, and we learn best through interaction and collaboration. So we know that education in the 21st century go beyond the academic knowledge. We need many skills like critical thinking, collaboration, and adaptability. And there is gap between traditional teaching and real world demands. The demand of today's 21st century teaching or skills. There is a great gap between traditional teaching and real world demands, and solution for that is social and emotional learning, that is SEL. And what are the 21st century skills? Learning skills, that is the 4 C's: critical thinking, creativity, collaboration and communication, and literacy skills, information, media and technology. And coming to life skills, that are the flexibility, leadership, initiative, productivity and social skills. So these are the 21st century skills which are connected mostly to the social and emotional learning. And coming to social and emotional learning, what is social and emotional learning? Process of developing social and emotional learning competencies. So we need to develop these competencies through social and emotional learning, and it gives more focus on the holistic development of the students. Supports academic and life success, not only in the field of academics but also in the field of life success. That is not only the bookish knowledge but also the way or the skills which lead them to be in the society. That is social and emotional learning. Then coming to scores, CL competencies, that is what we are hearing from the morning. That these are the main competencies as a self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills and responsible decision making. I am not going to discuss more about this because we all are hearing it from morning itself. So coming to next. Link between SEL, that is social and emotional learning, and the 21st century skills. How we can link, or what is the relationship between SEL and the 21st century skills? First one is enhanced critical thinking and decision making. It helps social and learning skills will enhance critical thinking and decision making. Then it also encourages creativity and innovations. That it is very much important nowadays. So enhancing this creativity and innovations. Then improves communication and collaboration. So we already know that how we communicate. Users also give most importance on this communication skills. So improves communication and collaboration. That is one of the most important skills of social and emotional learning, which is connected with the 21st century skills. Then coming next one is builds resilience and adaptation. We know that after the COVID, there are many things which our students are not able to cope up, or they are not able to not related to that change, or they are not able to cope up with that change. So building resilience and also this adaptability. Adaptability is the way how they are adapting to the changes. So it is very much important. Regarding this social and emotional learning and this 21st century skills. Then practices in classroom. How we can practice social and emotional learning in the classroom. First one is experiential learning. That is, we can give role play and group work to our students. That's how they can interact with each other, and social and emotional learning will take place. Then reflective practices, that is journals, self-assessment. We already said in this mindfulness and well-being, etc. method also journals, that is, they have to self-reflect their things or what they are going through. They can reflect through the journals, etc. and also self-assessment. We can assess themselves. That already we said in our core skills, that is self-awareness, self-management, etc. So self-assessment is also one of the main things. Then cooperative learning strategies, group work, etc. Cooperative learning helps the students to be in a group, and also it helps them to be in a social and emotional in a situation. So it also helps them. Then mindfulness and emotional regulation. What the previous slides also said about the mindfulness. The mindfulness and emotional regulation also help these students to incapable of this social and emotional learning. Then integration with curriculum. What all things we are doing, we must also give importance to this academic also. So this integration with the curriculum is also very much important. What we are giving activities or whatever we do in the classroom, it helps them to be in the social and emotional sector. We also help them to be in their academic also. So it should be integrated with the curriculum. Then role of a teacher. What is the role of a teacher in the social and emotional learning? First one is create a positive learning environment. The teacher should always create a positive learning environment. What Yudhishthira said in his talk, we know that how we can create a positive environment. We can consider the other person who is sitting to our side, or by that small gestures we can create a positive learning environment. So teacher must give more importance for giving this positive learning environment in the classroom. That is establish safe supporting space where students feel valued and respected. Then we are with the person where we feel safe, then only we will be opening to them and we will be in a positive situation. So that safety is very much important in our classroom. So teacher must give that safety in the classroom. Then act as a role model of emotional intelligence. So demonstrate self-awareness, self-management and relation skills daily. As the sir said in his talk, how we react towards situation. It is very much important. So a teacher must be a role model in every situation. You may be remembering how a student come and said about the internal markings his talk. So how the teacher reacts is very much important. So that emotional intelligence of a teacher is very much important for building a social and emotional learning environment in the classroom. Then integrate lesson into teaching. That already we said that what is our content area or academic curriculum is demanding. We have to incorporate SEL in that curriculum also. So that is one of the role of the teacher. Then encourage participation and reflection. Foster students' voice and provide opportunities for meaningful self-reflection. Give importance to students. Give them the chance to talk and reflect about the things in the classroom. Then challenges in implementation. Even though there are many advantages in the social and learning environment, but there is some challenges also. That is lack of teacher training, limited time in the curriculum, lack of awareness and cultural and contextual barriers. That is teacher training. We know that this is a peer training with the institution, and teachers must give that social and emotional learning from the root itself, from their training itself, then it could be a great success. Then limited time in the curriculum. All the teachers are in a hurry to complete the curriculum. So that lack of time is also one of the challenge. Then lack of awareness. Some teachers are not already aware of what is the social and emotional learning. That is why NEP 2020 also giving so much importance to this social and emotional learning nowadays. So it is very much important to aware the teachers also, to make them aware. Then cultural and contextual barriers. We know that there are many cultural and contextual barriers even in our even small state or even our country. Most of the people are not be able to break that barrier. So there that barrier is there, but we have to find ways how we can incorporate that barrier and open to this social and emotional. Then educational implications. These are the educational implications of SEL. That is need for curriculum integration. Then we already said that what we have to teach in the classroom, we have to integrate SEL also in that. So the curriculum need to be SEL is to be integrated in the curriculum. Then teaching training programs has to be consider this SEL in their curriculum. Then policy level support should be there from the higher authorities also. Then focus on holistic education. Whatever we do should be a holistic development of the child. It is very much important. So it should also be considered. Then coming to the conclusion, we know that 21st skills are very much important and SEL is essential for the development of this 21st century skills. Then promotes holistic development of the learners. Prepare students for future challenges, should be integrated into all levels of education, not only in the higher education, but from the beginning, it should be integrated, even from the small children, from the just how they are going to school. From there itself, it should be integrated to the levels also. So it should be integrated in every level. And then let me conclude with the quotes of Aristotle: educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. Thank you so much. And God bless you all to be a great teacher on social and emotional learning.
Thank you very much. I take a photo of Sarina with me. Congrats, and it was as usual, as we do every time. It was outstanding. So our dearest teacher, Teresa social teacher, will give a piece of appreciation to all the presenters. Teacher, how was that, teacher? Please come forward, teacher. Teacher,
hello. So we had the opportunity you've had the opportunity to hear 12 papers. What is the specific advantage of having heard all these presentations? What did we gain from this? Just look back, see through all those papers. All of them were given only 8 minutes. 8 minutes was sufficient for many, but probably some others would have done a still better job had they been given 12 to 15 minutes. So we saw a variety of presentations. What did we learn apart from the content? All the papers were in some way or the other related to the theme of the conference, namely social and emotional learning. All of them were related in some form or the other. Some were directly related, some were, what do you say to that? From the periphery it was related, right? So, in essence, what did we learn? We saw how people address the same issue in different ways. Different modes of presentation, different styles. Some people lean more on reading from a text or rather from the screen, while others, even if it's on the screen, they try to do it on their own. See? So, and all of them, except for one, we have had 12 presentations. Adira and Lakshmi, the first one. Ansel, Frida, I just wanted to wind it up. They were not reading the titles or anything like that. Ansel, Frida and Dr. Lakshmi. Third one was Srilata. Fourth one was Meenakshi. Fifth one, Shruti. Sixth one, Smriti and Dr. Joju John. Seventh one was Anandan. Eighth, again, Shruti and this is another Shruti. Which Shruti? That's Shruti. Shruti and Dr. Flossie D'Souza from Bangalore. Then we had Gina and Dr. Joju John. We had Anju CK and Dr. Soni Mirivarghese. Then we had Sanju Daniel and Dr. Joju John again. And the last, our Sanila Manoj and Dr. Joju John again. See, we saw an assortment of papers, assortment of presentations, assortment of content, and an assortment of presentation styles. See, did we learn a lot from this exercise? Yes. Who gave you this opportunity? Other than this man standing here. Many others wouldn't have even given us an opportunity because they're very particular on when they present everything is fine, we all should be given chances. But when other people present, they look for markers, which can be negative markers too, right? Here is one man who sees only positives in everything. I don't know what this man is made of. He goads people on to do. Actually, we might not be having anything in our kitty, but he pulls out strengths from all those small pockets which we try to hide. He pulls it up and then he projects it as the plumes of a peacock's plumes എന്ന് പറയില്ലേ ആ പ്ലൂംസ് പോലെ ആക്കി ഈ മനുഷ്യൻ മാറ്റുന്നു നമ്മളൊന്നും അങ്ങനെ അല്ല കേട്ടോ ഈ തരുന്ന അവസരം നമ്മളെ വളർത്തുവാണ് തളർത്തുന്നതിന്റെ സ്ഥാനത്ത് വളർത്തുവാണ് ആരെങ്കിലും ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു അവസരം തന്നില്ല എങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് വേദി കിട്ടില്ല വേദി കിട്ടിയാൽ മാത്രമേ നമ്മൾ വളരൂ ആ വളരാനുള്ള അവസരമാണ് ഇവിടെ തന്നത് ഈ അവസരമാണ് നിങ്ങൾ ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്തിയത് ശ്രുതി can you understand what I'm saying? മലയാളം ഒന്നും தெரியாது okay she's from Karnataka Shruti and this one in your case that was the research paper and the slides the time she managed it how well she managed it the slide presentation and she was extempore speaking. See, that was a concise paper. That does not mean the other papers were below the marks. No, not at all. Nobody is making any. We also were able to learn from each other's presentations, the variety of styles. But that's Smriti's paper, Smriti and Dr. Flossie D'Souza, that paper was a pakka research paper. What about the others? What about the other papers? We saw another section of papers. You could call them conceptual papers, but that conceptual paper also, most of the conceptual papers, they had a particular structure. Those are also Even if though you might not call it a research paper, they are also well-constructed papers. Despite having the limitation of the constraint of time, they too did a good job. They too made presentations. How much color can go into a presentation? How much of content can go into a presentation? How much time can be used? How well you can use all the small props that you can use for a presentation. All these things were done so beautifully by all these presenters. What I would see as a really good marker is each of these presentations, the 12 presentations, gave us 12 notes which we can take, choose, and throw away what you do not want. It gives us an opportunity to make an assessment for ourselves. This is growth in the true sense of the term. This is research. And what do you say for that? When you say, I will advise all of you to make most of these presentations. We only hope we have, like how we say, director of photography, this particular person, this such types of principles, if you have in institutions of learning, that institution will grow. Even if the withered plant will regain its, what do you say for that? വാടി തളർന്നിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ചെടി പോലും എവിടെന്നോ ഇല്ലാത്ത ഇതൊക്കെ ഉഷറൊക്കെ വന്നിട്ട് എങ്ങനെ നിൽക്കും
Even that clock shows the time correct twice.
There are moments when you feel I have faltered. No. But I don't know why he does not see any negative in anybody's presentation or anything. So, the best part of his thing is he sees every opportunity as an opportunity for growth, and he wants all of you to grow along with him. ഞാൻ മാത്രം വളർന്നാൽ പോരാ, നിങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരും എന്നോടൊപ്പം വളരണം, എന്നെക്കാളും വളരണം. അത്രമാത്രം ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, സ്ഥാപനത്തിലെ മേധാവികൾ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എങ്ങനെ സ്ഥാപനം വളരാതിരിക്കും? I expect a lot from this institution, and I'm proud to say about all of this institution. Thank you so much.
This is an alumni of Mindfulness training. So we are calling it a day. 6:40 now. Thank you everyone. Pop up at 8:30 sharp tomorrow. We'll conclude with national anthem.
जनगण अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Friends, tomorrow 8:30 to 9:30 offline presentation. 9:30 the workshop begins. From 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock offline presentation. From 6 o'clock to 6:30 online presentation. All of you get ready. Those who are willing to present in the morning, 8 people have chance. You can come at 8:30 and present. Thank you. See you tomorrow at 8:30. God bless. Thank you.